This is Audible.
Prequel 1, in which things come together. Atlas was 5 years old when he attended his first binding ceremony. It wouldn't be the last either, not with the way his people held binding sacred, but it was the first, and it was the one that would always stick in his memory. He arrived with his parents on either side of him, his mother glancing around at the beautifully decorated courtyard and making a wistful sound that made Atlas glance up at her. His father looked down and ruffled his hair. "Don't mind her," he said. "She's just getting nostalgic." "It's so beautiful," Atlas's mother said. "Do you remember when we were bound?" "Of course I remember," his father replied. "I was picking sparkle dust out of my beard for a month afterwards." His mother rolled her eyes and flapped her hand at him, going back to admiring the space. Even as a 5-year-old boy, Atlas had agreed that it was beautiful. Usually his people were not fond of frippery, preferring more monochrome colors and Spartan designs. But for a binding ceremony, they went all out, making a point of showing how special it was. At the moment, the courtyard was adorned with multicolored lights that bobbed and danced in the air around the enclosed space. Shimmery silver and scarlet draperies were hung from the walls, catching the light and reflecting it back in a way that made sparks dance in front of Atlas's eyes when he looked too hard at them. There were tables loaded with an array of different kinds of food, and at the front of the courtyard a dais was placed right on the path that led into the fortress where the king and queen held court. Their monarchs always attended the binding ceremonies of their people. They came to bless the binding in the name of the creators, and already they were seated on grand chairs right in front of the dais. Even though the monarchs spoke for the creators, in a binding ceremony they were seen as less important than those who were going to be bound, because in the eyes of the Korikali people there was nothing more sacred, more joyous, than finding your soulmate and agreeing to spend the rest of your life with them. In every major story that Atlas had been read as a child, someone found their mate. The hero warrior always fought through legions of Drugan to save the woman he was meant to be with, or the scholar unlocked a way to keep his mate from dying of a mysterious illness. However it happened, the binding was always a part of the happily ever after, and as such, Atlas couldn't wait until he was old enough to find his own mate. The entire clan was invited to each binding ceremony, and it took ages for everyone to file in. Atlas bounced anxiously in his seat between his parents as he watched people come in. Giant men in uniforms that marked them as being from the warrior sect and their mates, small and glittering on their arms as they walked past. Civilians in bright colors, carrying or pulling their protesting children along. The priests and priestesses of the Eyes of the Creators walking in with their formal robes flapping in the slight breeze. All participants warmly greeted each other, and Atlas's parents got up several times to accept hugs and to grasp shoulders with those they knew. The Korikali were a tight-knit group, but they were spread out across the planet most of the time, everyone having their own jobs to do. When they had a chance to come together, usually for things like this, they took it, and the outpouring of friendliness was always great to witness. Atlas stood on his chair and watched everything with wide eyes. It was a lot to take in for a 5-year-old, and he was sure that as long as he lived he wouldn't forget this. Soon enough, it was time to start. Everyone found their seats, and the priests and priestesses filed up to the front of the dais to begin the chant. It was in the old tongue, and only those who had been called to the order of the Eyes of the Creators could speak it, because only they studied it. Atlas didn't know what was being said, but he enjoyed the way it sounded, listening to the cascade of voices as they rose and fell in melodic rhythm. He knew enough to know that the chant was meant to bless the people who heard it and bless the union of the two being bound that day. Once the last notes of the chant faded away, the first and second of the order stepped up onto the dais and held hands, lifting them above their heads for a full minute. Atlas turned to his mother and poked her. "Why are they doing that?" he whispered. His mother seemed reluctant to look away, but she leaned down to answer. "It's symbolic. They're showing their binding to the creators, reminding them of what will happen here today." He nodded at her explanation, and looked back to the dais. The first dropped one of her hands from the second's, and in a calm, clear voice called out, "You who would claim your mate, step forward." Usually it was the male partner who claimed the female when the two being bound were of the opposite sex, but this time a woman stepped forward. Atlas felt like holding his breath because she was so beautiful. Her skin was the same pale blue as the rest of their kind, but her eyes seemed to burn with the rich violet fire. Her hair was long and divided into many braids, hung with flowers and lights as she walked through the aisle of the seats with her head held high. It had been the talk of the town when the medic's daughter had turned out to be the captain of the guard's mate, but it made an odd sort of sense to most people. They'd all expected some kind of noblewoman to claim their captain, but Amorel, the gentle daughter of the medic, was a much better fit for him. She smiled when she reached the dais and lifted her face to look at the first and second. "My name is Amorel," she said, her voice carrying in the hushed silence of the courtyard. "And I would claim him who is the other half of my soul." The second nodded and held out his free hand. "You who would be claimed, and claim in return, step forward." And then came the captain. He was the kind of man that Atlas aspired to be, well over 6 feet tall, covered in the tattoos and markings that designated his rank, showing that he had led and won more battles than he'd ever lost. His hair was nearly as long as Amorel's, hanging in a thick braid down his back and woven through with flowers. His beard was neat and trimmed, and his eyes were bright as he headed for the dais. It was rare to see the captain smile like that, and everyone knew it. He was happy, and they were happy for him. And when he reached the dais and took Amorel's much smaller hand in his, a collective sigh went through the crowd. The rest of the ceremony was lost on Atlas, who was too young and too fidgety to keep up with the important-sounding words that were said by the first and second, and then echoed by the couple. He paid attention when the king and queen stepped forward and offered their blessings, and when the first and second wrapped the binding vine around the couple's wrists, binding them symbolically and literally. And then his mind was on the food. The ceremony wrapped up after that, the gathered throng cheering as the newly bound couple walked back down the aisle, their hands clasped together and raised high. Everyone moved to the food for the less formal part of the celebration. His mother filled him a plate, and Atlas stood next to her as she chatted with some of the others. "Just beautiful," said one of the women, and Atlas could tell that she was plump and heavy with child. "I remember my own binding. I know the whole thing is just symbolic, but you can really feel the power in the air." "Oh, yes," Atlas's mother agreed. "You can feel it. The binding is symbolic, but it's also very real. Either way, you're stuck with him for the rest of your life." They all laughed at that, and Atlas looked back and forth between them, unsure what the joke was. Wasn't that the point of binding, of finding your mate, so you'd have someone to be with for the rest of your life? Why was that funny? He thought about asking, but realized that there were some things he didn't want to know. Astute wisdom from a 5-year-old. "I can't wait to find my mate," he was saying, before he'd even thought about it fully. His eyes drifted to the happy couple, watching as they moved around the open space, greeting their family and friends. The adults all laughed again. "Is that so?" said one of them, an older man Atlas didn't recognize. "And what will this mate be like, do you think?" It was a very serious question, and Atlas licked sweet and spicy sauce from his fingers as he thought about it. "Kind," he said finally. "And really smart. Beautiful, too. And she'll like me. And I'll protect her." "Protect her from what?" asked one of the others. Atlas shrugged. "Anything." Because he was also going to be a warrior. He already knew that, too. "And what if she can protect herself?" asked his mother. "Well, that's okay, too," Atlas replied. "We can protect each other." He didn't know if it was common for kids his age to have given this as much thought as he had, but he couldn't help it. Everyone was fixated on finding their mate in this society, and now that he had attended his first ever binding ceremony, He could see why. It was beautiful, and everyone looked so happy. His parents, who were usually happy with each other, seemed even more in love that day, touching and holding hands under their table, his father brushing light kisses over his mother's cheek, like he had remembered all over again what it was like to be in love with someone. Maybe that was part of the magic of binding ceremonies, because it had to be magic, didn't it? The chanting, the ritual of it, the air was thick with the way it made Atlas feel, and there was a longing in him that he didn't understand. According to one of his mother's friends, that was what happened. Once you see a binding, you know you want it, so you're calling out to your other half, waiting for them to show up and complete you. What about people who never find their mate? One of the other kids at their table spoke up, eyes wide with curiosity. She looked older than him by a few years, and Atlas studied her for a moment, trying to see if he could feel anything when he looked at her. She seemed to know what he was doing, because she shot him a look, eyes narrowed, and he glanced back down at his plate. "Well," his father said, voice low and thoughtful, "I suppose that depends on what you mean." "Do they just long and pine and wait forever?" the girl asked. "Or do they try to get on with their lives?" Some of the adults exchanged glances, and Atlas leaned forward in his chair, not wanting to miss anything. "They adapt," his father said finally. "They take up their trades the same as the rest of us. They just do so alone." "But couldn't they just be with someone else?" Now Atlas's mother shook her head. "They could try, but if there's someone else you were meant for, you'll never experience true happiness until you find them." "That sounds depressing," the girl said. Atlas shook his head. "It's romantic. You just have to hold out until you find your mate." "And be alone and miserable until then?" she scoffed back. "No thanks." All the adults exchanged looks, indulgent little smiles that said they knew the little girl didn't know what she was talking about, and was just speaking out of her youthful ignorance. "Well, no one can make you wait for your mate, dear," Atlas's mother said. "But when you find them, you'll understand. Anything you had with someone else will pale in comparison with what you feel for your mate." "It's like seeing color for the first time," someone else added. "You see your mate, and suddenly the world blooms into color, and sounds that you never even thought possible." "For me, it was like warmth," another person chimed in. "Like the warmest blanket suddenly wrapping around me when I hadn't even known I was cold." They all went around trading stories of how they'd felt when their mate had walked into their lives, and Atlas was hungry for it. He wanted to know how it would feel when he found his own mate. Would they feel the same thing? Would they look at each other and just know? Would it be someone he'd known already, and one day their eyes would meet? There were so many possibilities for how it would work, and as each couple added their story to the pile in his head, Atlas entertained the idea of meeting his mate that way. Korikali people tended to know how their lives would go from a young age. They were suited for certain tasks, and they went and did them. Atlas knew he was going to join the warrior sect when he was old enough to, and he knew that he would fight to protect his people with everything he had. He knew that when he found his mate, he would protect her, and that they would have a partnership and make each other happy. She would be sweet and kind, and would be waiting for him when he got back from a fight, ready to massage his muscles and make him dinner, and he'd do the same for her when she needed it. They would be like his parents, happy and equal, and so in love that it was a little bit gross. It was so easy to picture it now, even though he knew it was far off in the future. Later that night, when they'd returned home and his mother was tucking him into bed, he drifted off, trying to imagine what color hair his mate would have, and how it would feel between his fingers. Prequel 2, in which things fall apart.
"Get out! I don't ever want to see your face here again!"
"Don't worry, you won't have to."
"Good! If you ever come back here, I swear I'll—"
"I just said you won't have to see me. Why would I come back here?"
"How should I know? I don't know what goes on in your head. What makes you decide to do stupid stuff like run around with floozies in the middle of the night when your wife and kid are home worried sick?
You were not worried. Don't drag lies into this. And keep your voice down. Cat's around here somewhere.
You think I care? She should know what a louse her father is.
I've never been a bad father to her.
Oh, and cheating on her mother is an example of good parenting all of a sudden? How do you think that makes her feel?
How would you know how she feels?
I know how I feel.
And it's all about you, isn't it? There was a crash. Something fragile, and probably expensive, being thrown against the wall. Cat didn't flinch. It wasn't the first time.
For Christ's sake, Laura! Next time it's going to be your head! Get out!
Cat was 14 years old, and this was hardly the first screaming fight her parents had gotten into. Honestly, she was surprised they'd stayed married this long. Maybe it was for appearances. Maybe it was for her. She never asked, afraid that it would upset the balance of the fragile peace that held when she was around them. But lately, even her presence hadn't been enough to keep them from screaming at each other. And when it had come out that her mother thought her dad was cheating, well, that had been the end of it. She sighed and leaned forward, her arms braced on the rusty metal side of the fire escape, legs dangling over the edge. They lived on the 5th floor, so it was a ways up, but there was nowhere really that she could escape the yelling. Cat thought about just leaving, but she wanted to see her dad before he went to who knows where. Her mother wanted him out, and it was clear he was done trying to stay. She watched as he made several trips, bringing down boxes and bags of stuff, hastily cleared out of dresser drawers and closets. He seemed like he was trying to get it all out before his wife, soon-to-be ex-wife, could throw it out or set fire to it. Cat couldn't blame him. She'd never seen her mother so incandescently, and that was a great word. Cat was very into words. Angry before, even with all the fights she'd witnessed. But there was probably something about feeling like you'd been betrayed by someone you loved that brought that out in people. So Cat couldn't really blame her for it. She couldn't really believe her dad had done something like this, but she hadn't asked him either. How did you start that conversation?
Hey, Dad. Great to see you. So that thing Mom says you did, with the floozies, did you actually do that, or...
Yeah, not happening. So she kept to her perch, flakes of rust crisping off the sun-warmed metal bars and sticking to her arms as she leaned against them, watching intently as her dad's car filled up with his belongings. Part of her kept expecting to feel something. Sadness, maybe, that her family was being torn apart. But it wasn't like they'd ever been much of a family to begin with. As long as she could remember, her parents had been at odds, and even though she was ashamed of it, there was a tiny part of her that was glad she'd finally be able to get some peace and quiet without all the yelling, or without the strained silences, which were sometimes louder than the yelling. No one had asked her opinion about where she would go in all this, and it was just assumed that she'd be staying with her mom. Cat tried not to take that personally. She was mature enough to understand that it probably wasn't because her dad didn't want her, and was more because he didn't know where he was going to end up. She was already settled here with her school and her friends, and a variety of extracurriculars she had picked up to avoid being home as much as she possibly could. Her dad probably thought it was unfair to take her away from all that, right? The yelling kept up every time her dad went back into the apartment for another round of stuff, and for the most part, Cat blocked it out. Bits and pieces filtered in, her mother yelling that something her dad was trying to take was hers, her dad retorting that he was the one who'd bought it for her, so it was his by right, them yelling over each other so loudly that no individual words could be picked out. Who even knew what the neighbors thought about all this racket? Most of them were probably used to it, and Cat didn't actually care if it bothered them. This was her family that was falling apart at the seams, after all. They could just turn their music or televisions up and pretend like it wasn't happening, because it had nothing to do with them. Sometimes she wished she had the same luxury. The door slammed inside, and her dad came out of the building with what appeared to be his last bundle. He shoved it into the car, and then shut the door, sighing and slumping slightly. He looked older than usual.
His hair was the same near-black color that hers was, curly where hers was straight, and she could see how weary he was in his posture. Kat wondered if he'd actually cheated on her mother, or if it was just a convenient excuse to get out of a marriage that was clearly driving them both insane. Nathaniel Pierce was a professor at the local university, and a good father by all accounts. He was the kind of father who picked her and her friends up from the mall, and made horrible jokes the whole way home once he dropped the others off. He was the kind of father who took her to the fair and to the library and read her essays for school, and told her that he thought she was brilliant and destined for great things. Kat didn't think he was the kind of father who cheated, but that was more a husband thing than a father thing, and she couldn't vouch for what kind of husband he was. She watched him straighten up and then look directly at her on her perch, one eyebrow raised. Caitlin blushed, wondering how long he'd known that she was up there. "Can you come down here for a sec?" he called. "And be careful." Kat nodded and stood up, brushing off the back of her shorts as she made her way down the narrow metal stairs, her shoes echoing off the steps as she did. She hopped down the last few to the concrete of the street behind their building and walked up to her dad, hands in her pockets. This was going to be awkward. "So," her dad said, running fingers through his dark curls. "So," Kat echoed. "You heard all of that?" She nodded. "I always do." He winced, looking actually pained. "Of course. Look, Kat, I just want you to know that this doesn't have anything to do with you, okay? This isn't about you, any of it." "I know," Kat replied. "You're never fighting about me. Not really. It's always about coming home late and the groceries not getting bought and having to go to Grandma's, and now about the floozies." "Caitlin!" he scolded. "That's not a nice word." She shrugged at him. "Sorry. I know you're upset, all right. And you have every right to be honest. Well, it isn't fair to you to have to deal with this. And we were going to try to keep things together until you were old enough to go off to college and not have to worry about it. But 4 more years of this just—" He sighed. "Well, that didn't seem fair to anyone." "Dad," Caitlin said, looking up at him incredulously. "Did you think it was working before? I don't think I would have wanted to deal with 4 more years of you and Mom either cursing each other out or pretending like the other doesn't exist. That sucked a lot. And yeah, this sucks too. But maybe it's better. I don't know. If you two don't love each other." "We do love each other, Kat. It's just complicated." "That sounds like a load of crap." "Caitlin!" "I'm sorry, Dad, but it does. If you loved each other, you wouldn't be like this. You'd work it out." He sighed again, rubbing at his temples. "It's not that simple." "Why not?" Kat demanded. "Because of the floozies?" "There weren't any floozies," her dad insisted. "Mom thinks there were." "Your mother thinks a lot of things," he said, voice tense. "And I wish she wouldn't say things like that around you." "I'm not a little kid, you know. I get it. You two don't work. It's fine. This is probably better than you trying to pretend, right?" Nathaniel shook his head and looked at his daughter with tired eyes. "You're so much more grown up than we give you credit for, aren't you? Anyway, I just wanted to tell you that I'm sorry, that I won't be around, that you're going to have to deal with your mother alone. I'll call you when I get settled, and you can come over whenever you want, okay? Whenever you need a break. Your mom and I don't work, but you're still my favorite daughter, and I'm not going to lose you." The part of her that was small and sad about this perked up at that. At least he wouldn't forget her. He still wanted her in his life. Kat nodded, looking at the ground. "Okay. Thanks for telling me." "Of course." Neither of them moved for a second, and then Nathaniel took her into his arms, holding her close and pressing his cheek to her hair. "Be good," he murmured. "You too," she said, arms around his waist. Her eyes filled, and she pressed her face to his chest to hide the fact that she was crying over this. She was too old for that. When they drew apart, her dad sighed. "I guess that's it, then." "Guess so." Kat watched as he got into his car and started it up. She stepped back and didn't head back up to the apartment until he'd driven away. When she got back inside, she'd expected to find her mother still fuming, but she was greeted at the door by her mom wearing a bright smile that made her look a little bit crazy. "There you are," she said. "Come inside. What should we get for dinner? Do you think Chinese? From that place with the really good dumplings?" Kat wasn't sure what was happening. "Sure." "Great. I'll find one of their menus. I've been thinking about what to do with the space now that so much of your dad's crap is gone. We could rearrange the living room, maybe get another chair." "Do we need another chair?" Kat asked. "You can never have too many chairs, Caitlin. Maybe a nice recliner here in the corner, and some nice art on the walls, now that those hideous paintings are gone." "Didn't Grandma give you those when you got married?" Her mom scoffed. "And they were tacky and horrible. I'm glad they're gone. I'm glad he's gone. It's time for a new era in our lives, Kat." Kat was moderately offended by that. "He's not divorcing me, Mom," she said hotly. "I'm still gonna see him." "I'm sure that's what he told you. But you just wait. As soon as he stops feeling guilty about all this, he'll stop calling. That's what he does." She didn't want to believe that. She didn't believe that. Her dad had just told her that he'd keep in touch, that she was always welcome with him, and he had never broken a promise to her. When her mom said it was going to be a new era for them, what she apparently meant was that it was going to be a new era for her. Laura Pierce was a receptionist at one of the biggest law firms in the city, and also an artist. As such, she knew a lot of different people, and it seemed like all of them, mostly men, came in and out of their apartment over the next month or so. Kat walked home from school every weekday and came into an empty apartment no matter what time she got home. There would be a note from her mother on the counter explaining that she'd gone out for drinks after work with Brian, or was going to a gallery opening with Todd, or dinner with Sam and Ashton from the office. She got to see all these men as they brought her mother home, lingering in the doorway afterwards. She didn't think she'd ever heard her mom giggle so much, and she made a disgusted noise whenever it happened, and pulled her headphones on. The first time one of them was invited in, Kat had wandered out of her room, fingers stained with charcoal from sketching and headphones around her neck, in search of something to drink. And there was, whatever his name was, leaning against the kitchen counter with his hands on her mom's butt. Where someone else might have edged out of the kitchen in embarrassment, this was where Kat lived, and she wasn't going to pretend like she was an intruder in her own home. Instead, she folded her arms and glared at the man until he noticed her, snorting with amusement when he jumped and swore under his breath. And her mom just giggled more, looking red in the face and happier than Kat had seen her in years. "Sorry, honey," she said. "I didn't know you were here." "I thought Dad was the one with the floozies," she said flatly, grabbing a bottle of water and making her way back to her room. Relationships, she decided right then and there, were stupid. You married someone, which was supposed to be a commitment for life, and couldn't make it work, and then immediately started dating a random string of idiot men? And for what? What was the point of any of it? Either you ended up alone, and/or you ended up bitter and apparently easy to make up for being alone. It was all a load of crap as far as she was concerned, and she didn't want any part of it. Chapter 1. Concerning women, warriors, and the perks involved. Some people made fighting look easy. When you saw them swinging around a giant axe or a broadsword, or even shooting a gun that had to be balanced on their shoulder to aim properly, you looked at them and thought, yeah, there's a person who knows what they're doing. Look, they aren't even breaking a sweat. You would assume that they did stuff like that for fun, that it was as easy as breathing or walking across a room, or any number of other deceptively simple tasks that most anyone could do with their eyes closed. Atlas would be the first to tell you that the whole thing was a carefully crafted illusion, because creators, his muscles ached. 3 days of fighting back Drugan mercenaries would do that to a person, he supposed, no matter how skilled they were at fighting. And he was skilled, make no mistake about that. Since joining the warrior sect 10 years ago, he'd climbed the ranks and proven himself time and time again, even saving Princess Sheena's life a time or two. But still, Drugan? For 3 days? The uninitiated would look at the Korikali people, especially their warriors, and see a people who were generally massive. The males ended up topping out at just over 7 feet at their tallest, and even the women could generally boast 6 feet or so. The warriors were solid muscle, thick and broad, and they trained to be in peak physical condition. And they had to when you looked at their main threat. The Drugan shared their planet, and the two groups had been vying for control of resources for hundreds of years now. They didn't have organized cities like the Korikali, instead living in hovels in the wilds and using their generally chaotic nature to form small groups that tried to ambush Korikali cities. Occasionally these groups, who all acted independently of each other, would try to attack the same city, which had the end result of about 20 or so Drugan banging on their gates with weapons and their bodies. Their over 8 feet tall bodies. Atlas was strong. He had to be to do his job properly. But catching blows from mercenaries who fought dirty and were much larger than him would wear anyone out. The Korikali had organization and much more intelligence on their side, but still, when they'd all come trudging back to the city proper, they had been worn out and worn down. Most of the warriors went to their homes to have their mates tend to them, but Atlas went to one of the public bathhouses, feeling the need to be pampered just a bit. The bathhouses were run by unmated females of the clan, and they made it their business to provide the best service possible. When Atlas had stepped inside, the smell of the herbal steam instantly relaxed him, and he reached into his pocket to pull out his credits, only to have the women behind the glass shake her head at him. "You don't pay here. You know that." He was something of a regular, that was true, usually after a long, hard battle. The women seemed to want to thank him for his service with the warrior sect by giving him their services for free. And what service it was! At the moment, he was submerged to his chest in a pool of steaming hot water that had been infused with herbs and oils that worked to relax his muscles and ease the aches and pains that had set in. He was being seen to by 4 beautiful, naked women, their skin shining a lovely light blue in the dim lighting of the chamber. His wounds had been seen to first, and now he was more comfortable than he could remember being, if only because fighting the Drugan for 3 days chased any thoughts or memories of comfort out of your mind for what felt like forever. There were a pair of hands in his hair, massaging a sweet-smelling foam into it, a pair of hands washing his legs, another pair at his arms, and the last pair planted firmly on his shoulders. That last pair belonged to the slender woman who was currently riding his cock. Technically, that wasn't a service the bathhouses usually offered. It wasn't on the list of things you could buy anyway, but Atlas had never had to purchase it. Apparently, there was something about the combination of his muscles, his eyes, and his smile that just made them want to go the extra mile for him, and he didn't complain for a second. He wrapped his hands around the woman's slender waist, Parachette, he thought she was called, and pressed up into her hard, making her gasp and the other women giggle. "Atlas," Parachette moaned, rolling her hips down in a slow circle. "Creators, you're so big." Atlas smirked and tipped his head back so the women in charge of his hair could rinse the foam out of it. "Am I?" he teased. "And do you like that?" "Yes," she said. "Feels so good, so full." He chuckled huskily and bucked his hips again, enjoying the startled noise she made. Her breasts were full and perky, and he reached up and grabbed one in his hand, groping and squeezing as she rode him. He was close already, and he gritted his teeth, wanting this to last. Soon the bathing chamber was full of the sounds of Parachette's moans and water splashing, and the other women stepped back for a bit to let him have his way with her unhindered. In the end, he had sex with another of the women and ended up calling for the water to be reheated, feeling both clean and sated and relaxing with two gorgeous females tucked against his sides, hair trailing in the water. His eyes were closed, and he thought of nothing, drifting and content. And then the door opened, and footsteps echoed on the tile floor. "I'm so sorry, Warrior Atlas," a female voice said. "He insisted. "Don't get your toga in a twist," a male voice replied. "He'll see me." Atlas sighed, and opened his eyes to look at his friend Keplen. He was a fellow warrior, someone Atlas had known for most of his life, and nodded to the anxious-looking female, giving her a kind smile. "It's all right," he said. "I'll talk to him, and then throw him out." "As you say, Warrior Atlas." Keplen rolled his eyes. "Why do they all defer to you? I'm just as much as a warrior as you are, and they're tripping all over themselves to please you." He eyed the two women who were tucked under each of Atlas's arms. "And don't even get me started on this." Atlas shrugged a shoulder, giving his friend a mild look. "Maybe I'm just better looking than you," he suggested. "Or more well-endowed." "Right, sure. We'll pretend that has anything to do with it." "Was there something you wanted?" Atlas asked, eager to return to his relaxation before he had to go back to his duties. He was done for the night, and all the warriors who had been called to help suppress the Drugan threat for 3 days could expect a couple of days off. But he needed to visit his parents and see to some errands in the city, so this would likely be his only time to just do nothing. And as much as he liked Keplen and enjoyed his company, his friend was cutting into his doing-nothing time. "Yes," Keplen said, as if he'd just remembered. "Atlas, you will not believe what's just happened. If it's more Drugan, tell them you couldn't find me. I can't do it for another 3 days, Kep. I just cannot." His muscles were already crying out in pain at the thought of it. "It's not more Drugan. Calm down." "I met her." "Who?" Atlas asked, even though he had a pretty good idea already. There was only one thing a Korikali man could mean when he said he'd met her, and Atlas mentally prepared himself for the onslaught of gushing that was sure to follow. "What do you mean, who?" Keplen demanded. "My mate. I've found her. I was crossing the bridge back into the city, you know, and there was this woman selling pastries at the entrance. I've probably crossed paths with her 100 times before, but I've never really looked at her. But I was hungry because, well, 3 days of fighting Drugan, and she offered me a discount, and I accepted. And she handed me a pastry, and our fingers brushed, and—" He trailed off, sighing dreamily. Atlas made a face. "And what? Fireworks? Spontaneous music?" "No, you Vashik," Keplen retorted, calling him an idiot. "It's just, I don't really know how to explain it. I felt warm when I looked at her. And then when she touched me, it was like fire. Like flames that were right somehow. Like I needed to be burning. For her." "You do know that doesn't make any sense, yes?" Atlas asked. "And that it doesn't sound very pleasant either." "Ah, shut up. You know how it is. Each spark is different. I can't explain it. I only know that she felt it too." "Does she have a name?" "Iranara," Keplen said, making it sound like he was saying the name of one of the creators themselves. "She's beautiful, Atlas. Her hair's red. You know how rare that is for us? Red hair? It's red, and she wears it in these twists that fall back down her back. And she's so small. She can't be more than 6 feet tall. I don't know. She's mine. I can feel it. Just here." He pressed his palm over his heart. "She's mine." "Congratulations," Atlas said, trying to sound as sincere as possible. "You're living the dream." Kepler glared at him, shaking his head. "Can't you be happy for me?" "I am happy for you. This is me, being happy for you." "No, this is you being dismissive," Kepler shot back. "I know you don't care about mates and binding and finding that person you were created to be with. And why would you when you have this?" He gestured to the two drowsy females clinging to Atlas's sides, and his tone said that he wasn't impressed. "But some of us actually want to find that person, and want to be bound and fulfill our purpose." Atlas didn't flinch at the accusatory tone. "I never said I didn't care about it." "But you don't. You're how old now? And you don't have your mate yet? And that's because you don't look for her." "That doesn't mean I don't care." "Doesn't it?" Atlas sighed, lifting a wet hand to rub at his face. The haze of relaxation was well and truly shattered now, and he felt agitated and unsure of what his friend wanted him to say. "I am happy for you, Kep," he said. "I really am. Just because I don't seem interested in all this doesn't mean I don't get that it's important. I'm glad you found her." Kepler looked stern for another few seconds, and then his face melted right back into a smile. Apparently he was so happy that he couldn't stay mad for long. "Thank you," he said. "I have to go tell my father. There's a lot to plan before the binding ceremony can happen." "Of course." Atlas watched as his friend left, startling a bit when Parachette snuggled closer to him. "He was rude," she mumbled against his chest. "Don't see the big deal about being mated anyway." There were generally two schools of thought when it came to mating among the Korikali. There were those who thought you'd never be happy until you found your mate, and that your whole life should be spent searching for them until you found them and could be complete. These were the people who made a big deal about binding ceremonies and frowned upon people who spent time dating others when they should be looking for their mates. And then there were the people who had decided that mating wasn't the end-all be-all of life experiences. They were mostly younger in Atlas's generation, and had cast aside the notion that their worth needed to be defined by whether or not they had someone to be with. Of course, they were in the minority, but most of them seemed content to live their lives without mates, and if they found their one true person, then that was fine. If not, that was fine too. Atlas liked to think he was somewhere in the middle. When he was younger, he dreamed of the woman he would find to be his mate and the life they would build together. But the older he got with no sign of his mate, the more he wasn't sure if he would ever find her. And so he tried to be one of those people who wasn't bothered either way about it, even though he really was. Technically, he wasn't even that old. 26 years was still very young for people who often lived well into their hundreds. But as he watched more and more of his friends and fellow warriors find the people they were meant to be with, it was hard not to feel like he was being left behind. Atlas left the bathhouse soon after, his mood somewhat spoiled. The women bid him a fond farewell, complete with kisses and promises that his next visit would be even better, as they waved him out the door. It wasn't that he was lonely, not really. He had plenty of friends, and his family, and more female attention than he knew what to do with. Everyone knew he was a member of the warrior sect, and one of the few who hadn't taken a mate yet, so they threw themselves at him, probably hoping that there would be some connection, and if not, at least there would be good sex involved. So he wasn't starved for company, but no matter what the more rebellious Korikali said, there was a loneliness in him that he knew would only be eased by finding the person he was meant to be with. When he arrived at his home for the night, It was cold and dark inside, and he sighed as he let himself in, pressing his hand to the sensor and waiting for the door to slide open and admit him. As he stepped into the front room, the lights flicked on, and the temperature sensors engaged to warm the house up to his preferred temperature now that he was there. Aside from the fortress where the royal family and royal guard lived, all Korikali dwellings in the city were the same. Square, multi-roomed homes with the latest sensors and tech installed for people who could afford it. And if you lived in the city, then you could afford it. Being a warrior paid well, seeing as it was one of the most respected professions one of his people could take up. The Korikali took their safety seriously, and so the warrior sect, the people responsible for fighting back the Drugan and whatever other threats that cropped up, were treated well and admired for how hard they worked to keep the people safe. His home was well furnished and fully stocked with food and anything else he could require, but it was empty, and at the moment he didn't even want to think about it. His muscles were still tired from the marathon Drugan fighting, so he didn't think he could be blamed for bypassing the kitchen and heading straight for his bedroom. Atlas stripped out of his clothes and dropped them on the floor to deal with later, flopping face first down on his bed. He grabbed a pillow to his chest like he used to when he was a child, and sighed. He had a great life, all things considered, but there was so much more he wanted, and he wondered if he'd ever find it. Chapter 2. The Persistence of Men. All right, that's it for today, ladies and gentlemen. Don't forget that your pieces are due for critique on Monday. And no, Mr. Habershaw, you cannot have an extension. This is to prepare you for your final critiques, and I expect to see 15 quality pieces on display on Monday. Dismissed. The quiet of the classroom was shattered as the sound of 15 students throwing and shoving and stuffing things into bags echoed in the large room. Like Kat, they all probably had somewhere they were supposed to be after this, and no one seemed eager to linger. Art students were all probably working 2 jobs in addition to their studies, knowing that they needed something to fall back on, and that they were going to need money for those student loans once they graduated. Kat didn't like to think about it. Instead, she pushed her sketchbook and notebook into her bag and slung it over her shoulder. Her schedule didn't allow time to rush back to her apartment and take a shower, but if she hurried, she could at least redo her makeup and change before she had to be at work. "Miss Pierce, if I could have just a moment of your time," called the professor, and Caitlin sighed internally. Well, there went that plan. "Of course, Professor Sampson," she said, pasting on her fake smile. It got a lot of use in her line of work, and when she had to stay after to speak with one of her least favorite professors, she channeled the same faux politeness that she used with irritating patrons at the bar. And, of course, he waited until the classroom had cleared out, waving the other students out the door before shutting it and turning to look at her. It was amazing how just his eyes could make her feel dirty. They swept from her chest down to her feet, and then back up again. And she didn't miss how long it took him to meet her eyes, but she refused to fidget and show weakness in front of him. He might have held control of her grades as her professor, but she wasn't giving him anything else. "There was something you wanted?" she asked, folding her arms over her chest pointedly. Professor Sampson blinked and then nodded. "Ah, yes. I wanted to discuss your progress." Kat resisted the urge to roll her eyes. "What about, sir?" she wanted to know. "You're coming along quite well, I think," he said. "There was a stiffness to your art before, something that made the emotions in it seem not quite real, or too angry, something like that. But I think you've come a long way." "Thank you," she said, nodding. "I'm working at it." "I can tell. It's impressive, really. Your determination. Did you know you get this little line between your eyebrows when you're working hard? And you tend to stick your tongue out when you sketch. It's fascinating to watch." "I'll just bet it is," Kat thought to herself. "I didn't know that, no," she said, keeping her voice bland and polite. I must just be concentrating. Oh, I can tell you are. It's very compelling. The way his voice deepened on the word compelling made her want to throw up on his stupid shiny shoes. It wasn't that he was unattractive, really. Professor Mark Sampson was one of the younger members of the faculty at Capernell University. He couldn't be older than his mid-30s, and he had dirty blonde hair that flopped into his eyes like he was a character in a sitcom from the 90s. He was thin and reedy, and tended to pair tweed jackets with jeans and shiny shoes that tapped loudly on the concrete floors of the art wing as he walked around, offering his observations. He was one of those touchy professors who was always putting his hands on the shoulders of his female students and letting them linger too long, always leaning in close to answer questions, and offering to spend time alone with them. It gave her the creeps, to be honest, and she was already running late and getting later the longer she stood there. "Not to be rude, Professor," she said, "but I really do have to get to work." "Of course. Don't let me keep you. I just wanted to make sure you knew how well you were doing, and to say that if you ever wanted or needed outside help, I'd be more than happy to offer it." "Thanks a lot," she said. "I'll keep that in mind." She slung her bag over her shoulder and was striding quickly away, making a face as soon as her back was to him. Sometimes men made her want to take a hot shower and scrub at her skin until she couldn't feel the slime on it anymore. It didn't help that she worked in a bar, either. Honestly, the only reason she'd taken the job was because she was good at it, and because of the tips. She had her bartending license from one of her whims before she'd settled on what she wanted to do, and when one of her friends had gotten married and needed someone to run the open bar at her wedding, Kat had agreed, not expecting much. She'd gone home that night with well over $500 in tips. So when the local bar down the street from her apartment had posted an ad looking for a new bartender, she'd figured there were worse ways to make money while she was in school. McGuire's was your standard city bar. It was about one step up from a hole in the wall, but the people who worked there loved it enough that they put effort into making it more than met the eye. It was just a small place, smack dab between an Indian takeout place and a dry cleaner, squashed onto the city block with 10 or 12 other businesses. It was more pub than bar, technically speaking, since they had a cook who served up standard pub fare for their patrons. It was close enough to both the university and the business district that they got all sorts in, from students to men in three-piece suits. While it looked sort of seedy from the outside, the inside was all dark woods and plush booths and people who smiled when you came in. Kat liked to call it a little anomaly in the middle of the gritty city, and while she would probably never stop complaining about the customers, she actually did enjoy her job. Her co-workers were nice, and the owner was like a father figure to her at this point. So when she rushed through the door at 15 after 6, she knew she wouldn't be scolded too badly. "Someone's late." She stuck her tongue out at Laurent, who was behind the bar setting glasses out. He was one of her favorite people to work with, a jack of all trades who moved between the bar and the kitchen, bringing out drinks and food and serving them up with a heaping helping of dry wit and undeniable charm. I know," she said, stepping behind the bar. "Give me like 5 minutes and I'll be here to help." "Uh-huh. Whatever you say," Laurent said, flapping a hand at her. "Off with you, then." Kat grinned at him, and then dashed to the back, pulling her shirt out of her bag, and then swapping it for the one she'd worn to classes that day. There was no way in hell she was going anywhere near Professor Sampson's class in the tight, low-cut black shirt she wore for work. It showed off several inches of her cleavage, and had the word McGuire's stretched right over the chest. That was just asking for trouble in class, but here it was a pretty good way to ensure that she got tipped, and tipped well. "If you've got it, flaunt it," as her mother had always told her when she was growing up, and Kat wanted to be sick just thinking about it. But there was no time for that. She pushed her cell phone into her pocket and then stowed her bag in her locker before tying an apron around her waist and heading back out to the bar. Laurent had moved on to writing the drink specials down on the board behind the bar, and she came up behind him to snag a rag and wipe down the polished wood surface. "She returns," Laurent said, not looking away from his task. His handwriting was much neater than hers, which was hardly fair, and so there was a reason she was never asked to write on the board. "Long day?" "Like you wouldn't believe," she said. "And then at the end of it, Professor Creepface decided it was time to slime all over me." Laurent had heard enough stories about Professor Sampson to know who she was talking about. "What did he do?" he asked. "Asked me to stay after class, and then waited until the whole room had cleared out to gush at me about how much progress I've been making." "That actually sounds like something a legit professor would do," Laurent pointed out, dusting chalk off his hands and hanging the board before turning around. "So you'd think, right? Except then he went on and on about how focused I get when I'm drawing, and how he can see the determination in my face, and how sometimes when I'm really focused, I stick my tongue out, and he thinks it's just so compelling." Laurent made a face at that. "Gross. I bet I can guess what he wishes you were focusing on with that tongue." "Oh my God, never say that again," Kat groaned. "He's like that with all the other girls in class, always touching us and offering his private sessions." She formed air quotes around the words. "It's disgusting. It's actually disgusting." "True, but it does sound like you could tip that to your favor if you wanted." Kat gave him an incredulous look. "What?" "I mean, say you needed to take a couple days off, because being a full-time student and working long hours takes its toll. You could just cozy up to Professor Slimeball, probably get the time you need. I bet he'd write you a stellar recommendation if you ever needed one, and all you'd have to do is suck his dick to get it. Hello, A in the class." "You're horrible. I would never—" "Because you have too much integrity?" Laurent wanted to know. "No, because the thought of putting my mouth anywhere near his anatomy makes me want to vomit." "Can we not talk about vomit on the clock?" asked Pete as he came out from the kitchen, hands on his hips as he looked at the two of them. He was the cook, and already the smells of savory fried things was drifting out from the back. Technically, they didn't open until 7, but Pete liked to get a head start so he didn't get behind. "Sorry, Pete," Kat said, "but you'd understand if you spent as much time getting eyed up by creeps as I do." "What are you trying to say?" Pete asked, looking fake offended. "You think creeps don't want to get with me?" His face was so affronted, and he struck what he seemed to think was a seductive pose, pushing out his stomach and throwing his head back, and Kat couldn't help but dissolve into laughter. "Don't mind Pete," Laurent said. "We all know how studly you are." "Good," he said. "Don't forget it." However annoyed she had been when she came to work that evening, it wore off quickly enough once she was in the company of her co-workers and they opened. The first few patrons of the night were always the best ones. They were just off from work or classes, or both, and just wanted a plate of something greasy to eat and a beer usually. They filled up the tables and booths and chatted with each other, eating and drinking and laughing, and generally filling the pub with the warm atmosphere that Kat loved the best. Many of them were around her age or were older and had families they needed to get home to, so they didn't linger too long. The first wave always lasted about 2 hours, from 7 to 9, and Kat and Laurent and the rest were rushed off their feet getting drinks and food out to everyone. Between 9 and 9:30, it slowed down some, the wave shifting from people who just wanted to unwind to people who had come out to have a good time. There were more college students in this crowd, many already tipsy from pre-gaming on cheap beer or whatever else they had, and with this group also came the men who Kat referred to as the lurkers. These were the men who went to bars and pubs and other such places alone or in small packs, with the intent of finding a woman to go home with for the night. It didn't matter if it was a weekday or a weekend, the weekends were so much worse for it. There would always be lurkers, leaning against the bar and offering to buy women drinks, trying to chat them up, whether they seemed interested or not, and generally they didn't. Unfortunately, even though she worked there, Kat pretty much counted as a woman at the bar to these men, and while she made a good amount of money off of them, the annoyance at their persistence almost made it not worth it. For instance, that night she was making a gin and tonic for a woman down the bar when a man walked up and pushed a 5 across the bar to her. "For you," he said, winking. Kat didn't look away from her drink making. "I haven't made you a drink yet." "Nope. Well, let's just say you seem to be the kind of woman who'll earn it soon enough." She closed her eyes and prayed for strength. $5 whole? How could I ever live up to that? Kat pushed the drink down the bar to the woman who'd ordered it and smiled her thanks when the woman put her change in the tip jar. It wasn't quite 10 yet, and the jar was already mostly full, since it had been a good night. "I'm sure you'll come up with something," the man said, winking again. "Right," Kat muttered. "What can I get you?" "Whiskey neat," he said, smirking, like he had just ordered something fancy. God, but she hated men like this. The ones who came in thinking they were too good for mixed drinks and ordered whiskeys and scotches, and then tried to educate her about alcohol and quality, like she didn't do this every day or something. She rolled her eyes as she turned back to the bar and then poured, sliding the glass over to him. $8, she said, arching an eyebrow. "What year is this?" the man asked, holding the glass up to the light. He pushed a 10 across the bar and smirked again. "Keep the change." "How gracious of you," Kat drawled. The man laughed, like he was in on some great joke. "I know your kind of woman," he said. "You seem all hard and rude on the outside, but you're soft and warm on the inside, aren't you?" Kat looked at him incredulously. Was this really his strategy? Was he really going to go down this path with her and expect it to work out well? From the other side of the bar, Laurent looked like he was struggling not to laugh out loud. "No," she replied. "I'm really not." "Sure you are. Most of your kind are. You just don't want anyone to know about it. And that's okay," he said. "I can keep a secret. All you need is some good lovin', baby. Some good dick to set you straight." Laurent lost it at that and had to walk back to the kitchen, effectively leaving Kat alone with this creep. She hadn't given him any reason to think that she was interested, but that never mattered with guys like this. Their overinflated perception of themselves did all the work of making them think that women were interested in them, even when they weren't. Probably especially when they weren't. Fortunately, Kat was familiar with this phenomenon, and she proceeded to walk away and ignore him until he felt neglected enough to leave. Unfortunately, he was hardly the only one who was trying to get her attention that night. Before the night was over, she had turned down 5 men asking for her number, and had been bewildered when a gorgeous woman had seemed intent on taking her home for the night. She'd practically patented her responses to things like this, not being rude unless the situation called for it, so she could make sure that she still got tipped before she sent them packing. Laurent watched with his trademark amused smirk on his face, and late that night when they were cleaning up to go home, he shook his head at her. "You really know how to bring the boys to the yard, as the kids say," he said. Kat laughed. "I don't think anyone said that in the last 10 years, Laurent, kids or otherwise." He waved a negligent hand. "Beside the point. You can't go a night without getting hit on." "It's part of the job, Laurent," she said. "I learned to deal with it." "Maybe you should take one of them up on it one of these days." "You can't be serious." He shrugged, leaning against the bar. "I don't mean one of the troll guys who think you need to see their junk to feel better or whatever. But not all of them are horrible. And that lady was beautiful, and apparently very interested." Laurent waggled his brows. "How long has it been since you got laid?" Kat had chosen the wrong time to drink from a bottle of water, and she spluttered at the question. First of all, I'm not interested in women, so taking a woman home with me, or going home with her, would be a waste of time. And second, that's none of your business. So it's been a while then, Laurent said. Shut up! Maybe it had been a while. So what? She didn't need sex to live. And she certainly didn't need the headache that came with dealing with someone to have sex with. Kat had several toys that could take care of the job just as well, without the awkward conversations and the eventual betrayal of trust that came along with relationships, no matter how casual. She didn't have time to be lonely, what with her job and her classes, so why should she bother when she was fine as she was? She shouldn't. Exactly. And that's what she told herself whenever Laurent's speeches about how she needed someone started to get to her. She knew he meant well and just wanted her to be happy, but she was just not interested. Chapter 3. You Never Say No to a Princess. Atlas, oh my creators, that's so good. He couldn't exactly respond, what with his head between her legs as they were, mouth working eagerly at her sweet wetness, fingers gripping her thighs spread wide around his face. She was always beautiful like this, lost to her pleasure, and Atlas didn't need to see her face to know what it would look like. They'd done this enough times for him to know. Her eyes would be closed, full lips parted around her moans and gasps of his name, skin lightly flushed, and hair tumbling around her face and the pillow. Her thighs were smooth and shapely, and Atlas half hoped that his fingers would leave bruises behind, lingering mementos of what they were doing. After all, it wasn't everyone who got to go to bed with the princess of the Korikali, and it wasn't like it was a novelty to him either, since he'd been in her bed more times than he could count. Apparently saving her life had earned him a permanent place in her bed whenever he wanted it, and he'd found that there were few things as good for stress relief as having sex with Princess Sheena. Technically, he was on her security detail, assigned to keep her safe from whatever threats there might be. This seemed as good a way as any, really, since if anyone tried to pop out and hurt her, he was right there and could retaliate. Not that his mind was focused on that at the moment. No, for the moment he was more taken away with the way she tasted, sharp and sweet against his tongue, as he licked and sucked at that bundle of nerves that gave her the most pleasure. He let go of one of her thighs and pressed 2 fingers into the tight heat of her, marveling that she always felt so good, no matter how many times they had done this. Her fingers found their way into his hair, and she held on, making him groan at the pull of it. He was never in charge when it came to these trysts, and that was fine with him. There were worse things in life than having a beautiful, powerful woman tug on his reins, and the clear head he always ended up with made it more than worth it. "More," Sheena demanded, arching her hips up and grinding down on his face and his fingers. "More." Atlas hummed to show he understood her command, and started pumping his fingers inside her, thrusting them deep while he let his teeth graze over her clit, and then lapped the sting away with his tongue. His face was wet with her juices, and his fingers made wet, sloppy sounds as he pushed them into her and pulled them back, giving it to her hard with his hand, and imagining it was something else. Before this was over, he'd be inside of her, he knew that, and he worked harder to make sure she would want it more. In the end, their positions were flipped, Atlas flat on his back, arms bound to the elaborate headboard of the princess's bed, keeping them up above his head. And Sheena thought of everything. The restraints were made of strong fibers, twisted together, that not even Atlas's strength could break. She was on top of him, naked and glorious, sliding down his body towards where his cock was firmly at attention, large and thick and throbbing with need. Her hands slid down his chest to his stomach, and then teased through the hair that led in a trail to his cock. Of course, Sheena was in a teasing mood, and she bypassed it with a smirk, letting her fingers grip his thighs instead, her long, mauve-colored nails biting lightly into the muscles there. Atlas groaned, tugging at his bindings and arching his hips up. Sheena's lips curved into a smirk that was half pout. Those full lips, the same color as her nails, tempting and seductive in their own right. They never kissed each other, because this wasn't that kind of arrangement. But Atlas knew firsthand what that mouth could do when put to other uses, and he arched up again at just the thought of that mouth wrapped around his need. "Be patient," she said, swatting at his thigh. "I thought I taught you better manners than that." "It's kinda hard when you're so damned gorgeous like this," Atlas replied, voice raspy. He couldn't take his eyes off of her. Her skin, palest blue, flushed with a slight pink tint. Her hair so deeply purple that it looked black in the dim light of her bedroom. And those icy silver eyes that seemed to cut through him at times. Her breasts were full and pert, framed by the tumbles of her hair, nipples dusky and peaked. There was no question that Princess Sheena was one of the most beautiful women the Korikali had ever seen. She took after her mother for the most part, but there were elements of her late father there as well. In her force of will, the way she could make her voice as hard and sharp as steel when she wanted to, and the calculating look in her light-colored eyes. It all made for an attractive package, from the top of her head, down to her slender waist, the swell of her hips, and her legs that seemed to go on forever. She knew she was beautiful, and used that to add to her power, all predator, preying on willing subjects with her seduction. And Atlas was always willing. Even now that he was worked up and she was teasing him, he was still hers in the moment, gasping sharply when her breasts brushed the head of his cock, making a bead of fluid leak from the tip. Sheena lowered her head and licked at it, rolling her tongue around the sensitive head in a slow circle that had Atlas's toes curling. Instead of continuing with that, she seemed determined to keep her teasing up, trailing her fingers up her body until she was gripping her own breasts, pushing them together, and then lowering herself over his cock. Atlas was momentarily confused, at least until he felt his length closed in the heat of her breasts and the slow, agonizing friction of her stroking him with them. It was a different sensation than being buried inside of her, but the combination of the heat and her soft skin was so good that he moaned, fingers clenched into fists and breath coming in harsh pants. "You're driving me crazy," he panted, struggling a bit with his need to touch her. "That is the idea, Atlas. Maybe I want you to beg. Such a strong, proud warrior. Would you beg for the privilege of getting to put this fat cock in me?" He groaned softly, eyes closed as he breathed hard through his nose. Sheena was clearly in a mood, and he knew that meant he'd barely be coherent when she was done with him. "Depends," he managed, hips thrusting up to push harder between her breasts. "On?" "On how good you're going to make it." She laughed, and it was a low, throaty sound that made his stomach tighten. "Oh, Atlas, it's always good, isn't it? Have I ever left you unsatisfied?" "No," he admitted, because she hadn't. Atlas had slept with quite a few women since he discovered the wonder of them, and hardly anyone came close to what he had with Sheena. Most of that was probably repetition, and the fact that they'd had time to figure out what the other liked the most, but some of it was definitely skill. Atlas didn't know who else the princess was sleeping with, but she was definitely good at it. She smirked at him, moving until they were face to face, her hands on either side of his head as she leaned down, her lips just a whisper from his. "That's because I know how to take care of you," Sheena whispered. "I know what you like. I know what you need, Atlas, my big, strong protector. But sometimes you just need to let your princess be in control, don't you?" "Yes, Your Highness," Atlas murmured back, partly because it was true, and partly because he knew that was what she wanted to hear. "So good," she said, so eager to please, to serve. I always have liked that about you. Sheena leaned back up and tapped her lips with one elegant finger, eyeing him as if she was trying to make a decision. No begging tonight, I think, she said finally. I have other things I need you for. And apparently that spelled the end of the teasing. She released his hands, and Atlas rubbed at his wrists, wondering if they were done. This always ended when she decided it did, whether Atlas was satisfied or not. But he needn't have worried. Before he could sit up properly, she was planting a hand in the middle of his chest and pushing him back down on the bed. She straddled his hips and then slid back until his cock was under her, and he groaned when she worked her hips down onto it, grinding all that slick wetness against him. He didn't know if he was allowed to touch her just yet, so he kept his hands to himself, watching as she moved, enjoying the way her body undulated gracefully. Atlas could come like that, he was sure. With her on top of him, and how worked up he already was, it wouldn't be hard at all. But then Sheena took pity on him, raising herself up and gripping the base of his cock in one hand, steadying it so she could sink down on it, inch by inch, disappearing into her tight wetness. "Creators!" Atlas groaned, nails biting into his palms with the effort of not reaching out to grab onto her hips. Sheena laughed and reached for his hands, uncurling his fingers and putting them on her hips. "Touch me," she said, and then seated herself fully on his length, moaning softly. That was all he needed to hear. He kept one hand on her hip and let the other trail up her side and then around to the front to brush over her breasts as she started moving, riding him slowly at first, but gradually picking up speed. The elaborate room was filled with the sounds of their coupling, their bodies smacking together, their harsh breathing and moans, and it was just added to the mix, making Atlas hold her hip tighter and tease her nipple between his fingers. Princess she might have been, but when she was close to coming, swears and curses fell from her lips, along with entreaties for him to give it to her harder. His hips snapped up to meet hers on every stroke, and he grabbed both hips again, taking a modicum of control back and dragging her down into it, bottoming all the way out in her each time their bodies met. He was so close now that heat and fiery electric pleasure dancing under his skin and pulling in his belly, drawing his muscles up tighter and tighter until he was close to exploding with it. "Sheena," he groaned, adding his own curses to the mix. "Creators, yes." She was practically incoherent at that point, just gasping and moaning, and then, blessedly, she fell apart, going tight around him, her nails digging into his chest, head tipped back in glorious abandon. It was a sight to behold, and the combination of it all dragged his orgasm from him as well, and he came with a growl, pumping up into her hard, before he flopped back against the bed, spent for the moment. Neither of them said anything for long moments, both focused on catching their breath and slowing the frantic galloping of their hearts. Eventually, Sheena was sprawled on her back beside him, the pleased smile on her face growing until she was laughing softly. "What?" Atlas asked. She shook her head. "Nothing. Just, I do enjoy having you around, Atlas." "Well," he said, "it's nice to be appreciated." "I appreciate you greatly," she replied, "for all that you do." Alice watched as she rolled onto her side, propping her head up on her hand to look at him. The fingers of her free hand trailed along his skin, making him shiver slightly. "You know that I trust you, yes?" Sheena continued. "With everything?" Atlas frowned at her words. There was clearly intent behind them, but what bothered him was that he couldn't quite work out what her intent was. "Yes," he said slowly. I know that.
Good. Because I want to ask you to do something for me. What do you know about Earth?
He shrugged a shoulder. The same as everyone else, I suppose. Humans live there. It's got water and rich resources, even though those are declining at an alarming rate because humans don't seem to know how to take care of their planet. What else is there to know?
No, you're right, Sheena said. And honestly, it's a shame that the humans are treating their planet the way that they are. But I think we could help them.
How? Atlas asked, brow furrowed. And more to the point, why? Earth was a long way away from them, and nothing that happened on that planet affected them at all. Why would they go out of their way to help them?
Because we have made great strides in using resources and energy efficiently. And Earth is not just for humans. Many others from quadrants across the universe have made their home there. If the Earth stops being a viable place to support life, more than just humans will suffer. It seems needlessly cruel to let that happen when we can step in to help them.
There was passion in Sheena's voice as she talked, and Atlas was surprised. He'd never thought about going to another planet to try and solve their problems. Most of the time, he was focused on trying to keep his own people safe, and most people from other planets tended to feel the same. It was a full-time job fighting back threats and making sure they used their own resources well, so no one even thought to branch out. Maybe that made them selfish, or maybe Sheena was just innovative, a leader for a new age of the Korikali. When her father had been killed in a Drugan invasion, many had thought it spelled an end for them. The queen had retreated into herself, shocked and traumatized by the loss of her mate, and even though she was still technically the rightful ruler of their kingdom, it was in name only. Sheena had only been 18 when her father was killed, but she'd stepped up, ruling in her mother's place, and with the help of the guard and the warrior sect, the Korikali had continued to prosper. As such, she had the loyalty of the people, and if she said she wanted to help the earth, then there would be very few people arguing against it. Atlas, however, was still confused. "So you want to do what?" he asked. "Give them the information on how we manage things? Set up some kind of signal to beam it down to their tech?"
Sheena shook her head, a smile playing around her full lips. "Nothing quite so hands-off. I want to go to Earth myself."
For a moment, Atlas had nothing to say. Interstellar travel was both possible and practical these days, but that didn't mean people just did it on a whim. There were protocols in place and preparations that had to be taken, especially for someone like Sheena, who was royalty and would have to be accompanied by a contingent of guards. They couldn't just show up on Earth, could they? "You realize that's crazy, right?" he asked, when it seemed like Sheena didn't plan to elaborate. "You can't just go to Earth."
"And why not?"
she asked, voice hard and lofty.
"I'm the princess. I can do whatever I want."
"It's not just about this side of it," Atlas told her. "The people on Earth have to approve it. There have to be passports and clearance checks and—" He trailed off, because he didn't even know what else there had to be, but he was sure it was something. Sheena just rolled her eyes and got up from the bed, moving around her room with grace as she went to where a silken robe was hanging on the back of the door.
"Yes, if we go through the official channels, then we'd have to deal with all of that," she said. "But I know of a way where we don't have to be official about it."
"So you're going to take an unofficial trip to Earth for official reasons?" Atlas deadpanned. "That'll work out great. What happens if they find out? What if they declare war on us?" She laughed at that.
"Oh, please! Humans still think landing on their own moon is something to be proud of. They haven't even managed to figure out the star warps yet. There's no way they can hurt us."
"So you're just going to Earth?"
"We, Atlas," Sheena corrected. "We're just going to Earth."
"No,"
he said. "Atlas!"
No, Your Highness, you have to excuse me, but that's madness. Even if you didn't have the worst plan possible, my place is here. My family is here. I have to be here to protect the people. You're not the only one in the warrior sect, Atlas, she pointed out, huffing slightly. There are 100 others who can protect the people. Ordinarily, I wouldn't ask. But I don't trust my safety to anyone else, Atlas. Please, this is important to me. Atlas sighed, dragging fingers through his hand and rubbing at his face as he thought. It meant something that she was saying please. While he wouldn't exactly call Sheena spoiled per se, she was definitely accustomed to getting what she wanted. This was obviously important to her, and while they weren't together, and time had proven that they weren't mates, she was still his friend. All right, he said finally, sighing again. All right. Her answering grin was blinding. Thank you, Sheena said. You won't regret this. I promise. He already wasn't so sure about that. Chapter 4. Fathers, Stepfathers, and the Imprints of Youth. Her busy schedule aside, Kat had dinner with her dad every other Sunday. The pub was closed on Sundays, as it had been since it opened back in the early 1980s, which had led to them having to release a statement that it wasn't for religious reasons. They just needed a break, for crying out loud. And she traded off spending that day sleeping and catching up on her television shows and homework and visiting her dad. He still taught at the university, the same one she attended, actually, and had a little house right outside of the city that she was always welcome in. Her parents had divorced in a messy implosion of their marriage when she was 14 years old, and now, 9 years later, not much had changed. Her dad was still the same quiet, serious man he'd been before, and she loved spending time with him, relieved that when he'd promised he would keep in touch with her back when he'd left her mother, he'd meant it. Her dad had confided in her that the house he'd moved into after the split was the kind of house he'd always wanted. It was just large enough for a small family to be comfortable in, with shutters and a little garden in the front. He used the room that was probably reserved for a child as a library, shelves stacked with books on everything from classical literature to astronomy, and he had a lovely kitchen with windows that let in natural light and the smell of honeysuckle from the garden outside. His record player was in the living room, one of his most prized possessions, purchased at an auction when Kat was about 10 and lovingly restored and maintained. There was always music playing in the house, even when her dad was busy or grading papers, and the relaxing atmosphere was one of her favorite parts of these Sunday dinners. The actual dinner was the best part, of course. Kat could cook well enough to feed herself when she needed to, but she rarely had time to put effort into a meal, so she ate a lot of takeout and microwavable meals when she was in a hurry. So her dad had always tried to make sure that she got fed well and had leftovers to take home with her at the end of it. Sometimes they went out for dinner, but more often than not, he cooked, and Kat could smell the savory scents of meat and gravy when she let herself into the house, and her stomach growled in anticipation of what would probably be a delicious meal. "That you, Kat?" he called from the kitchen, and Kat snorted as she followed her nose. "I should hope so. Otherwise you're probably being robbed." He rolled his eyes and pushed his glasses up his nose, pausing in his stirring at the stove to give her an unamused look. "Whatever happened to the days of 'yes, father' and 'no, father'?" he said. "I have never once said either of those things to you," Kat pointed out. "So you're probably thinking of one of your other kids." "Ah, yes," he replied, nodding. "You're probably right. My other kids are so much more polite than you are." "But so much less entertaining." She leaned in and kissed his cheek, feeling a good chunk of her stress from the week melt away just from being around him. He had always been the calmer of her parents, and sometimes she honestly didn't know how her parents had even ended up together, because they were so very different. "Hi, Dad." "Hello, Caitlin. Can you do me a favor and prep the asparagus?" She saluted him with a grin and went to work. It was soothing and routine the way they worked together, the sound of dishes clacking together, and the knife on the cutting board providing a lively soundtrack as they moved around the kitchen, sidestepping each other and laughing over shared jokes. "How's your mother?" her dad asked, licking sauce from his palm to taste it. "She's fine, I guess," Kat replied. "I haven't really heard much from her this week. She and Bertrand are in the Bahamas." "Ah," he said, and they left it at that. When she was younger, Kat had spent a good amount of time complaining to her dad about the revolving door of men her mother had coming in and out of the apartment. She hadn't liked any of them, and they'd treated her like she was a child or an annoyance up until she had turned 18 and moved out. She'd lived with her dad for a year or so while she saved money and tried to figure out what she wanted to do with her life, and it had only brought the two of them closer while widening the gap between her and her mother. And then her mom had married Bertrand, and the gap became a permanent thing, because Kat couldn't stand him. He was wealthy and had tried to give her money the first time they'd met. Kat hated when people threw their money around just because they could. She'd gone to the wedding because it was her mother, and she wasn't heartless. But after that, she tried to spend as little time around Bertrand as she could. Her father had never met him, but he'd heard enough from Kat to know what kind of man he was, more than likely. So they didn't talk much about Bertrand or Kat's mom. Instead, they talked about other things, current events, the university, her dad's students, and how some of them were pretentious little snots, the kinds of people Kat met at the bar. It was comfortable, and by the time they were sitting down at the table with full plates of steak and potatoes, with asparagus and glasses of wine, Kat felt comfortable and at home. "You're doing all right, aren't you?" her dad asked, glancing at her over his wine-glass. "Yep," Kat replied, because that was how she always answered, and for the most part it was true. She was tired between classes and work, but other than that she was the same as she always was. Nathaniel looked like there was something else he wanted to ask her, and he cleared his throat, fidgeting with the fork on his plate for a moment before sighing softly. "I saw some of your art up in the administration building," he said instead. "Oh, yeah? Which piece did they end up putting up there?" "It's the one of the woman with the hair over her shoulder," he replied. "It looks really good." "Thanks, Dad. I worked pretty hard on that one." An awkward silence fell over the table as they both tried to busy themselves with eating. She knew there was something he wanted to ask that he wasn't saying, and she wasn't going to come out and ask him to say what it was either. If he had something awkward to say, then he could get to it in his own time. Finally, he put down his wine-glass with a decisive sigh and looked at her. "Are you seeing anyone?" Kat nearly choked on her potatoes. "What?" It's a simple question, Kat." "No, it's not. Why are you even asking that?" she wanted to know. "Because I'm worried about you." None of this made any sense. "You're worried about whether or not I'm seeing anyone? What, you think I've shacked up with an axe murderer or something? Where is this even coming from?" No, it's nothing like that," her dad assured her. I don't know how to explain it." "Are you seeing anyone?" Kat fired back, a little ticked off. Why did everything have to be about relationships? It didn't make her defective because she wasn't looking for someone to date. She had feelings the same as the next woman who was interested in sex or romance, but she just didn't want to deal with the hassle of it. "No, I'm not," Nathaniel replied. "And this isn't about me." "Why not? Because it's fine for you to be alone, but it's not fine when it's me?" "Because I gave love a chance," he said. "I was married to your mother for a while before things ended." "Exploded is more like it," Kat muttered. "Fine. Use whatever verb you like. But you can't say I didn't give it a fair shot." "So what? You're saying that you don't think I'm giving love a chance or whatever?" He looked profoundly uncomfortable to be having this conversation, but Kat didn't care. He'd brought it up, so he could either drop it or follow through. "I'm just concerned, Kat." "About what, though?" "Things were hard when you were growing up. Your mother and I were at each other's throats all the time. When we got divorced, she had her clown car of men coming in and out, and I just think maybe that made you a little biased." "Biased?" He nodded. Yes, against love. Because you think that it's not real or that it always ends the way your mother and I ended. I don't want you to think that. Kat inhaled, and then let her breath out so she wouldn't snap at her father. She knew he meant well, but he was basically implying that she was broken or something, and it didn't sit well with her. I don't think that, she said. But I do think it's a waste of time. Kat. No, you asked, so I'm going to tell you how I feel. You and Mom shouldn't have even kept trying. Everyone knew it wasn't going to work. I knew it even when I was like 11 years old. And you kept trying because you felt like you had to or something. I don't know. For me, probably. But think about how much time you wasted doing that. How much better off you would have been if you just called it quits. We loved each other, Kat. She snorted. Did you? Because if that's what love looks like, screaming fights and throwing stuff and accusing each other of cheating, then I think I'm better off without it. You don't mean that. You don't get to tell me how I feel, Dad. All I'm saying is that one day someone is going to come along who's perfect for you. And I don't want you to be hardened to that. How do you know? That's just how life works. No, it isn't. Maybe in the movies or in books where there's one perfect person for everyone or whatever. But in the real world, it doesn't happen like that. I've been out with guys before, Dad. It's not like I'm pulling this out of thin air or just basing it on you and Mom and how terrible it was for you. I haven't seen anything to change my mind about how I feel. Her dad looked at her for a long moment. You don't believe there's a perfect person for everyone? No. Do you? She was shocked to even hear him ask that after everything he'd gone through with her mother. Sometimes I do, yes. And you think Mom was your perfect person? Well, I didn't say that. Thank God. I thought I was going to have to stage an intervention or something. Nathaniel laughed and shook his head. All I'm saying, Kat, is that I don't want what happened between your mother and I to make you think that there's no point in love or relationships. I want you to be happy. You're my daughter, and that's all a father could want for his daughter, really, is for her to be happy. Kat really did love her father, even when he got too invested in her personal life and made things awkward. It was always clear that he cared, and that was more than she could say for her mother most of the time. I know, Dad, she said softly, reaching across the table to cover his hand with hers. I get it. I want you to be happy too, you know. So don't feel like you need to hold back if you want to go look for your soulmate or whatever. I'm old enough to understand that my parents are people too. Mom made sure of that. He winced and made a face at that. Can we not discuss your mother's habits, please? Dinner was really good, and I'd like to be able to keep it down. A laugh bubbled out of her, and she nodded. As much as she did love her mother, the woman drove her nuts sometimes, and she could definitely understand how someone as level-headed as her father had been driven away from her. Fair enough. I'm just saying that you're, 45 or something now? If that's the age where you meet your soulmate, then I think I'm okay. Very funny. I'll have you know that I haven't been looking for anyone to be with. Well, maybe you should. Maybe I will. And that was that. As awkward as the conversation had been to start with, it had ended on a good note, and they cleared up from dinner together, washing up the dishes and putting away the leftovers, which had been divided down the middle, half to Nathaniel's refrigerator and half put on the table by the door for Kat to take home with her. There was ice cream and brownies for dessert, and they sat in the living room laughing about some of the colleagues Nathaniel had at the university. Kat knew better than to mention how Professor Sampson was creepy, because she didn't want her dad to get involved with that. But they had a good time talking about the others. By the time Kat was hugging him at the door before she left, she was in a much better mood. Good food and her dad's warm, stabilizing presence always did that to her. She wrapped the good feeling around her like a cloak as she headed to her car and then home so she could finish up her homework for the day ahead. Chapter 5. New Worlds and the Temptation Therein. Alice wondered if he should be concerned about this trip. More concerned than he already was, at least. It wasn't how he had pictured it, and he didn't know why that surprised him. Sheena was famous for defying expectations, just in her very way of being. Where people had expected her to grow up more like her mother, soft and quiet and yielding, she'd gone the exact opposite route, and had ended up more like her father, but also quite a bit unlike anyone else at all. She was a person all her own, forging new paths and new ways of doing things. It was a little unfortunate that one of these ways involved basically sneaking onto another planet, where they could have traveled in one of the larger diplomatic crafts built to show status and power when approaching another planet. They had ended up in one of the smaller domestic ships, crammed in together for several days as they traversed from star warp to star warp, making their way to Earth. When he'd signed on for this trip, Atlas had expected there to be more members of the guard or warrior sect on board. What it ended up being was him, 2 priests, and 4 mercenaries that Atlas had never met before. It startled him to find out that the royal family had ties to mercenaries at all, but it was clear that these 4, 3 women and 1 man, knew the princess well. "I don't want to take more warriors or guards away from their duties," Sheena had explained when he asked. "Most of them have mates and families as well. I don't know how long this will take, and these mercenaries are just in it for the money. They'll be loyal." That didn't sound like a good display of loyalty to him, but he knew better than to question Sheena about it overly much. When she made a decision, she followed through with it. He'd just keep an eye on the others. It was all a part of keeping the princess safe, after all. If there were people who sought to harm her, he would stop them. And so they traveled to Earth, arriving with no fanfare at all, in the loading bay of an old and dusty warehouse that seemed to not have been touched for years. How Sheena knew about it, he didn't know, and when he asked about it, she'd just smiled and said he'd be surprised how many contacts she had. That much was clear. These contacts had obviously done well for them, because they already had all they needed for their stay on Earth. There was a house ready for them, stocked with food and clothes and everything else they were going to require. Along with the things they'd brought with them from their home planet, they were able to quickly get settled in. Atlas had a room to himself, not much to look at, but spacious with large windows that looked out over a copse of trees. Earth was much greener than he'd expected it to be, if he was being honest. They heard the stories about how humans used their planet, how they ran it down and bled it dry for resources, disrupting the balance of life and nature in their bid for more fuels and more space to build. But there was still a significant amount of plant life. It wasn't as good as it could be, but they weren't past the point of no return yet, and Atlas thought he saw hope in Sheena's eyes as she stood and surveyed the area around them. With their help, they could preserve what was left here and do their best to help the humans cultivate more things and turn their planet around. He was proud of his princess in that moment, proud of what she had brought them here to do. It was rather more selfless than he had been expecting from her, but he wasn't going to comment on that. It was a good thing to do. "Atlas," she said, as he was changing from his uniform into some of the selection of more Earth-appropriate clothing that had been left for him. He turned, bare-chested still, to see her standing in the doorway. Gone were the royal colors, the blues and purples, and instead she stood there in human clothing, with tanned skin and black hair. Her eyes were the same color they always were, and Atlas was unsure of what he was looking at. What happened?" he asked, frowning. She smiled and held up a small device. It was round and clearly had a screen, as well as a strap that looked just big enough to go around his wrist. "I know there are several people around on this planet who are aware that humans aren't alone in the universe, but we can't just walk around here as ourselves yet," she explained. "That would defeat the purpose of coming here in secret. I had glamorizers commissioned until we can reveal ourselves, until I'm sure this plan will work." "Glamorizers?" Atlas asked, stepping forward and taking the small device. He'd heard of them, of course, small machines that projected a fine screen over a person, changing their appearance to whatever had been programmed. If done correctly, then it was impossible to see through the glamour to what was underneath. And if Sheena had them, then Atlas was willing to bet that they had been done correctly, and were top of the line. "I thought those were still in the prototype phase." "Some of them are, but it's amazing the things you can get people to finish when you're royalty." she said, smiling widely. "We don't want the humans to get alarmed and think that they're under attack or anything like that. We're here to help, not alarm them. So make sure you have it switched on before you go out." Sheena showed him how it worked, and then left him to finish dressing. Atlas stared at his new Earth reflection in the mirror, not sure he liked the change. It was still him, of course. He was still taller than any human by several inches, still muscular and broad-shouldered. His eyes were still their light green-blue color, and his hair was still dark from the top of his head down to his neatly trimmed beard. The only thing that had changed was his skin color, gone from the dusty shade of blue it usually was, to a sun-kissed beige that he didn't recognize. He blinked, and then turned away, pulling a shirt over his head and stuffing his feet into the boots he'd worn from home. Sheena clearly had no plans for the rest of the day, and it was already turning the color of sunset outside. It was undoubtedly his duty to protect the princess, but she wasn't planning on leaving the house, and while he didn't necessarily trust the mercenaries they'd brought with them, it was clear that the princess did. He had to defer to her anyway, so he decided to take the opportunity to explore. It would be good to know the area and what they were dealing with, at any rate. He also couldn't deny that he was curious to see what the Earth had to offer. So he set out, leaving his weapons behind and taking only the Earth money that had been left for them, his communicator, and a small knife that he tucked into the pocket of the uncomfortable human pants he was wearing. He might not have been able to go out with his sword or his gun, but he wasn't going to be completely helpless on a planet where he didn't know anyone. Not that he needed a weapon to defend himself, but still. Alice started walking, looking around and trying to get his bearings. There was a map in the communicator, and if he got lost he could use it to guide him back to the house, but he wanted to put his skills to the test and also learn the way around on his own. He picked a direction, figuring that heading towards where the trees started to thin out would take him to a more populated area. It seemed he was correct, and he started passing more and more people as he walked, most of them turning to stare at him as he passed. Atlas frowned, wondering if his glamorizer wasn't functioning correctly, but when he passed a reflective shop window, he saw the human version of himself looking back, so it wasn't that. Maybe it was just his size. Even the tallest humans he passed only came up to his shoulder, and most everyone else fell below that. Part of him wondered what the humans made of it, but a larger part urged him to just keep moving. Earth wasn't hugely different from what he was used to at first glance. There were crowds of people walking to and fro, interspersed with vehicles that moved from place to place. Buildings and shops lined the streets, much like where he was from, and he wanted to stop and look at all of them to see what manner of things they were selling. The longer he walked, though, the more he started to notice the differences. For one thing, the Korikali people were a large community. Even if you didn't know every single person who lived near you, there was a kinship born of being the same species that brought them together. People spoke to each other on the streets, they helped each other when they needed it. Members of the warrior sect were easily recognizable, and everyone knew who to go to if they needed help. On Earth, everyone seemed so separate. People walked in little knots of twos and threes, only speaking to those they were with. Some people passed on the sidewalks and didn't even acknowledge the presence of those around them. Everyone seemed focused on their own individual tasks and goals, not paying attention to anyone else around them, and Atlas didn't understand that at all. He watched for a while as he walked, but it never changed. If anything, it got worse. People and vehicles cut each other off, made what had to be rude gestures from their windows, and shouted at each other. There was no sense of community or belonging that he could see, and it rubbed him the wrong way. It wasn't hard to tell how these people had run their planet to near ruin. If they were all so focused on themselves and where they needed to go and how they needed to get there, how would they ever have time to see a larger picture? Clearly, Sheena had been right about them needing their help. Once he was tired of walking, he followed his nose to a small building with the word McGuire's over the awning. It smelled like savory meats and grease, cut with the sharp burn of spirits, and his stomach growled, reminding him that he hadn't eaten that day. It wouldn't do any harm to partake in some human fare, more than likely, so he ducked in, immediately charmed by the small pub and its cozy atmosphere. Soft music was playing through the place, and people were clustered around four-person tables, talking and laughing and sharing large plates of steaming food. Now this was the camaraderie he had been expecting. It was almost like a cantina from back home, and he smiled when he saw a very pretty human woman behind the dark wood bar, shaking up something in a metal cylinder. She was much shorter than him, but was curvy from what he could tell, filling out the dark shirt she was wearing quite well. Her hair was long and dark, pulled up into a high ponytail that showed off her heart-shaped face, her light blue eyes, and a little mole at the corner of her mouth. Most of the cantinas on his planet were staffed like the bathhouses, with beautiful women meant to lure people in and provide them with good service until they left. The unmated and uninterested usually took these jobs, finding the freedom of getting to meet different kinds of people preferable to sitting around and wanting to find their mate. Atlas wondered if it was similar here. He made his way to the bar and sat down on a stool gingerly, hoping it wouldn't break under his weight. The wood groaned a bit, but held, and he smiled, looking around a bit more before reading the board behind the bar labeled "Tonight's Specials." None of the drinks on the menu looked familiar to him, but it made sense that the humans would have different spirits than the Korikali had. Perhaps the bartender would recommend something, and he waited patiently for her to be done serving the people who were already there. When she finally turned her attention to him, Atlas took in the way her eyes widened, traveling from his chest all the way up to his face. Clearly she wasn't used to serving people as large as he was, and he tried to make his smile as non-threatening as possible. "Hi," she said finally, looking more amused than anything. "Welcome to McGuire's. This has to be your first time here." "Why do you say that?" Atlas asked, just wanting to know. "Because I'd remember you," she replied with a laugh. "I have an eye for faces, and for, well, you know, 7-foot-tall guys." Atlas smiled at her, showing teeth. "You've got me there. I'm not from around here, and this place looked and smelled interesting, so I thought I would stop in." "Well, thanks for the business," the woman said, smiling back. "What can I get you? Or would you like to see a menu?" "A food menu, please," Atlas said, going for politeness. "As for a drink, can you surprise me? Or make me something you think I would like?" Her eyebrows went up at the request, almost like she wasn't sure what to make of it. Maybe that wasn't how things were done here. But how was he supposed to know what he would like if he'd never tried anything like this before? "Sure," she said finally, handing over a menu and looking at him curiously. "Is that wrong?" Atlas asked, hoping he hadn't offended her. The woman shook her head. No, not wrong. Just unexpected. Most of the guys who come in here already know what they want, and they feel like they need to lecture me about the kind of things they like." That brought a frown to his face. "Why would they lecture you if it's your job to serve them the drink? Doesn't that mean you already know about it?" "Right," she said, throwing her hands up. "You'd think it'd mean that, but apparently that doesn't cross their minds. Anyway, you pick out something to eat, and I'll whip up a drink for you." Even choosing something to eat sounded easier said than done, as the array of foods was baffling. There wasn't really a list of what was in each thing, just a picture of what it looked like, and Atlas decided just choose something at random. He liked to eat, after all. The bartender came back with a drink in a tall glass and set it in front of him with a flourish. Atlas ordered the nacho plate with a side of fries and then took a sip of the drink, blinking when it turned out to be an explosion of flavor. "What is this?" he asked. "Peach Long Island," she said with a smile. "A little fruity, which I wouldn't ordinarily pick for someone who looks like you, but it's got high alcohol content." "It's good," Atlas replied, sipping a bit slower. "What do you mean, someone who looks like me?" She laughed, and it was a pretty sound. "Someone who's got that whole bodybuilder and/or soldier look going on. Dudes who look like you generally tend to stick to beer, or maybe just like gin or whiskey, but I thought you'd want to try something unique. Experience something new." Atlas smiled, surprised. "I do like experiences," he said, leaning a bit over the bar to meet her eyes. especially interesting ones. Their eyes caught and held, and the woman smiled and ducked her head. "Well, I hope this will make the cut, then," she said, and then went off, presumably to put in his food order and tend to the other patrons. It was easy to relax here, and Atlas did just that, dropping his guard and enjoying his drink while he watched the people come and go. The bartender smiled and worked her way from one end of the bar to the other, making drinks and exchanging conversation, though it was easy to tell when she didn't want to be talking to someone. Several of the men who gathered around the bar seemed to be lacking in basic respect when it came to another human being. Most of them clearly taking up the woman's time when she didn't want them to be. Alice didn't know how much time had passed before she came back, bearing 2 steaming baskets that she set in front of him. "Nachos and fries," she said. "Can I get you another drink?" He nodded and pushed his glass to her. Even if that drink had been higher in the alcohol content than other drinks, he wasn't feeling it. It always did take a lot for him to get drunk, after all, due to his sheer bulk and high tolerance. "Another fruit this time, maybe?" Atlas asked, grinning. "You got it," she replied, and was off again. The food was hot and delicious, a riot of flavors in his mouth, and Atlas had to hand it to humans when it came to food, because they knew what they were doing. Food where he was from was good, but he'd never had such a combination of things like this before, and he ate quickly, licking his fingers between bites and humming contentedly. "Here you go," the bartender said as she came back with another drink for him. "And some water, in case you need something not alcoholic to drink." "Thank you," Atlas said. "This is a nice place." "Isn't it?" she replied. "I love it here, even if some of the customers leave a lot to be desired. The owner's great, and he just wants to have a place where people can have a good time, you know? It's not as big or fancy as some of the other places in the city, but if you want good food and good drinks, it's the best place to be." "And good service," Atlas pointed out, eyes on her. She smiled again. "Thanks. I do what I can." "May I ask your name?" Atlas wanted to know. The woman looked wary for a moment, but then shrugged a shoulder. "I'm Kat," she said. "What's your name? Seems only fair." "Atlas." For some reason that made Kat laugh, and her blue eyes lit up with mirth and good humor. "Atlas? Really? Like the Titan who holds up the world? Your parents were spot on with that one." He wasn't sure what she was referring to. Some human mythology, he was assuming, but he shrugged a shoulder in return. "It works for me." "It certainly does," she said, and he didn't think he was imagining the appreciation in her gaze. She didn't have too much time to talk to him, not with other customers claiming her attention and clamoring for drinks. It was sort of amazing the sheer number of men who tried to impress her with their words and ended up failing, and he was impressed with the way Kat handled herself. She never got outright angry with anyone, but she was stern and firm, and more than once had to remove someone's hand from her arm. It was so ingrained in Atlas to protect people that he started to say something more than once, but kept himself when it became apparent that she knew what she was doing. This was clearly nothing new to her. In the cantinas back home, women had to put up with similar things, but it was mostly a part of the culture of the cantinas. They were there to be beautiful and alluring, so they encouraged it to a certain extent. It never really went far, though. Aside from a few casual things, most male Korikali were looking for their mates, for something real and permanent. Humans were clearly not the same. As the night wore on, people came and went. Sometimes the pub was crowded, and other times it was nearly empty. Kat and the others who worked with her did their best to accommodate everyone, bringing out seemingly endless plates of food and trays of drinks. Atlas was impressed with her professionalism during all of it. Even when people got handsy or were rude, she kept a smile on her face, removing hands from her arms and rebuffing comments like she was trained to do so. And maybe she was. It was a good introduction to humanity, Atlas thought. He often mused that cantinas and pubs were the right sort of places to find out more about how a group of people were. There were good sections of both the best and worst of society, and Atlas took it all in, learning more about humans in a few hours of sitting in a pub than he had in all his lessons about the planet before. Gradually, the last rush tapered off, people lingering, singing drunkenly, and then staggering out the door to make their way home. Kat made sure no one was driving, even going so far as to take one man's keys from him. "Charlie," she said, holding them away from the man who could barely stand up on his own. "Charlie, no. You can have these back tomorrow. There's no way I'm letting you out of here like this. Do you want me to call your wife?" Charlie apparently did not want that, and he ended up getting a ride with someone else who was heading out. Kat shook her head as she watched them go, turning to one of her co-workers and tossing him the keys. "Put those in the box, will you? Charlie'll be back for them tomorrow." "As soon as he remembers where he left them, you mean?" the man said, shaking his head a bit. "It's always Charlie." Kat grinned and shrugged a shoulder. "At least he always tips well, right? Could be worse." "Too true." The man went back to the kitchen, and Kat grabbed a rag, making to wipe down the bar before she looked at him with a smile, one hand propped on her hip. "I'm afraid I'm going to have to kick you out now, Mr. Weight of the World," she said. Alice frowned. "I don't understand." "You really need to read more. I'm saying that it's last call. We close in a bit, so you have to pay your check and go." Ah, that part he understood. He took out the folded wad of human money and looked down at the check in front of him. It was easy enough to measure out the bills by the numbers on them, and he passed over more than what was on the check. "I'll get your change," Kat said, heading for the register. "That's all right," Atlas replied. "Call it a tip." She turned and narrowed her eyes at him. "You do realize this is way more than the standard 15%, right? It's even more than a generous 20. Atlas just blinked. There weren't standards for tipping where he was from. You just gave what you could according to how you felt you had been served. And he was completely satisfied with his service that night. It had helped that Kat was very nice to look at as well. "Are you implying that I'm less than honorable?" he asked. "Maybe," she retorted. "It wouldn't be the first time. Some people are not above bribing me to try and get me to go home with them at the end of the night. Bartender and prostitute are two very different things." "I'm aware of that," Atlas said, laughing shortly. "I'm mostly making a comment on your skills at your job, nothing else. Where I'm from, it's customary to tip well if you're pleased with your service." "Well," Kat said, smiling finely, "I should move to where you're from, then. People can't tip worth anything here. But thanks." Atlas got to his feet and stretched. His body was not accustomed to being sedentary, even after the somewhat long trip to this planet. He was more used to moving and being almost constantly active, but there were no Drugan on Earth for him to fight. He'd have to keep in shape some other way. "Thank you for a good first night here," he said, smiling at Kat. "I didn't expect to enjoy it so much." "You have really low standards, clearly. But you're welcome. Feel free to come back." She held out her hand, seemingly for him to shake, and Atlas reached across the bar, grasping her fingers in his. Her hand was small and warm, dwarfed by his much larger one. He would have smiled at the contrast, amused by how tiny humans were, but there was something strange in the pit of his stomach that distracted him. It wasn't quite pain, but it wasn't normal either. It was like a frothing almost, like small winged creatures churning inside of him, spreading a tight warmth from his stomach to his hand where Kat was shaking it. Her eyes widened and then narrowed, and when she pulled her hand back, she seemed to be examining it. What had just happened? "Well," Atlas said, "I should get going. It's later than I meant to stay out." Before Kat could reply, he was making for the door, head spinning as he tried to make sense of what was happening. Away from Kat, not touching her, the feeling was less intense, but it didn't stop. His stomach warmed and tightened until it felt like he was going to be sick. And then, all at once, it stopped, and peace settled over him, a feeling of near completion, like something was slotting into place. And then everything slotted into place, and Atlas knew beyond a shadow of a doubt what had just happened. It should have been impossible, but he knew. Instead of being relieved that it had finally happened, he swallowed hard, truly afraid for the first time in a very long time. Chapter 6. What You Can't Get Out of Your Head. 2 days later, and Kat still felt like, well, she didn't actually have words for what she felt like, which probably just made everything worse when she thought about it. A stranger came into her pub and shook her hand and left her feeling odd. There was no other word for it. When their hands had touched, there'd been an explosion of sensation, and her heart had started racing. And now, 2 days later, she could still feel the tingle in her hand and a weird tugging in her chest. She felt both whole and not, like something had fallen into place, but now she was missing it. Like there had been a hole inside of her, and she knew what she needed to fill it, but it was gone at the moment, and she needed to find it. It was unsettling and annoying more than anything, and it kept her from focusing for the rest of that night and into the next day, and then the next. She sat in her classes, arm propped up on the desk, with her head propped up on her hand, and stared at her other hand between lectures, flexing her fingers and shaking them out, trying to get the feeling to go away. It had faded since that night, but was still very much there, reminding her that something undeniably weird had happened. More than that, she couldn't get Atlas off of her mind. Granted, the two things were connected, but she'd never been so fixated like this before. Not on a person, anyway. Kat sat at her easel and drew, not even surprised when a figure with oddly intense eyes, a neat beard, and broad shoulders was the result of her work. A charcoal rendering of Atlas as she had never seen him before, looking at her with longing and something that looked disturbingly like love in his drawn eyes. None of that made any sense, but her professor had loved it, raving about the depth of expression she'd managed and the way she'd brought life to the page. She wanted to see him again. She never wanted to see him again. She kept going back and forth about it, and it was driving her crazy. Part of her wanted to demand to know what he'd done to her, what he thought he was doing, but another part didn't even want to acknowledge it. That gave it power, right? Whatever this was probably all in her head in the first place, and bringing attention to it would just make her seem like a weirdo, right? But what if he had felt it too? Atlas had left so abruptly that night, looking like he'd been electrocuted or something. Maybe he'd had the same sensation burst through him, and could explain what it was, and why it was happening. It was a long shot, but maybe it was better than wondering. She didn't know, and the indecision was driving her as crazy as the rest of it. She had hoped, and dreaded, that Atlas would come into the pub the next night, maybe to ask if she'd felt it too, or to offer some explanation. But no matter how much she'd watched the door, he hadn't appeared. Maybe he'd already gone back to where he'd come from. Laurent had teased her mercilessly about the whole thing, catching her every time her head snapped up as a patron entered. "You're waiting for someone, aren't you?" he asked, after the 5th time. "No," Kat had insisted, trying to shut down that line of questioning before it could come back to bite her in the butt. Unfortunately, that never worked when it came to Laurent, and she had to endure his questions and insinuations for the rest of her shift. And it was all for nothing since Atlas hadn't shown up, and she had no way to contact him. So she'd gone home and laid in bed, frustrated and uncomfortable. There was no sign of him the next night either, and Kat went from anxious to grumpy, glaring at the door, the bar, the glasses, and Laurent when he dared to comment on her mood. "You know," he'd said, "you're acting like someone stood you up last night, which just confirms my theory that you were waiting for someone." "I wasn't," she snapped back, feeling bad about it instantly when Laurent stepped back with his hands raised in a gesture of peace. "Sorry," he said. "I'll leave you alone." Her mood had only gotten worse from there. Because where was he? If he'd felt something similar to what she'd felt, wouldn't he want to follow up on that? To find out if she'd felt it too? And then they could discuss what it meant, or if they were both going insane, or whatever. But nope, nothing. No sign of him. And by the time Kat got back home on the second night, she was angry and keyed up and restless. The tugging wouldn't go away. It was like it was trying to lead her to something, or someone, but she didn't know what. Sometimes it made her feel nauseous, sometimes sad and longing, and she couldn't tell if those were genuine emotions or just a byproduct of whatever weird thing was happening with her. To be honest, she was sort of hoping it was all in her head. She had those moments where she felt lonely and she wished she had someone to be with, a partner or a lover, someone who would be there waiting for her when she finished a long shift, someone keeping the bed warm so she could just climb in and cuddle up to them. But then her inner reality check kicked in, and she reminded herself that it would be a lot more fighting and disagreeing than cuddling and warm nights, because that was just how life worked. But maybe this was just a byproduct of her loneliness, and the fact that Atlas was very much her type as far as she had one. Muscular, kind, funny. She'd only spent a few hours around him, but he hadn't tripped any of her "this dude is a creep" sensors, and even the thing with the tip had been resolved in a way that made her feel much more comfortable around him than she was expecting. If she was just lonely, or more likely horny, then she had ways to take care of that easily. There was a drawer full of toys and things that she used when she needed some relief. After a long shower when she got home from work, Kat decided to give that a try. It was better than another night spent lying in bed glaring at the ceiling after all, and it would probably help her unwind and make it easier for her to fall asleep. In theory. At the very least, it would feel good, and at this point in the night, she was more than willing to settle for that when it came down to it. Lying in her bed with the lights off, she was able to at least pretend like she was relaxed. Slowly, she slid a hand down her body, starting at her chest, brushing over her breasts, down to her stomach. Her hand rested there for a moment, feeling the way her stomach lifted and fell with each breath, and how warm and soft her skin was. These sessions always started with her appreciating herself. That was one of the main flaws with sex with other people, she thought. Usually, everyone was concerned about getting off, sometimes to the point where it became selfish, and the other person was just a means to an end. When it was just her in her bed with her toys, she could afford to be selfish, because it was about her. But she took the time to make herself feel like other people rarely did. Cherished, beautiful, and desired. She gently stroked her fingers over her skin, going lower and lower, until her fingers were trailing through the curls between her legs. Kat wasn't worked up, not yet, but it never took her long. She just had to figure out what she wanted to think about that night. Her fodder changed with her moods, going from images of her riding some burly man, sitting on his dick and then his face, making him clean her up once they were done, to images of being pinned down by someone much larger than her, her legs pried open and him pushing into her deep and hard. She didn't know very many large, muscular men, but the one she had met most recently popped into her mind instantly, and she groaned, trying to push the image away. The whole point of this was to not dwell on Atlas and whatever weird stuff was happening there, but her mind was rushing ahead of the rest of her, and her body seemed to want to follow. In her mind, she could picture him naked, his muscles well-defined, and his skin shining in the low light of her bedroom. She could picture a smile on those full lips, and the way those odd green eyes would look at her. Kat liked to think that he would leave the decision up to her about how things went. Large as he was, he seemed the type to want to make sure his partner was pleased as well. Problem was, Kat couldn't decide what was better. Being on top of someone who looked like that would be amazing, she had no doubt. But being under him and letting him unleash that strength on her? Well, that was something else entirely, and she could feel it when heat flooded her body at the thought, her body reacting and getting wet as she pictured it. He'd grab her wrists in one hand, hold them up above her head, while he used the other to undress her, to pull and push her clothes off until she was naked and small before him. He'd press her back to the bed, loom over her, all confidence and muscular grace. Maybe he'd kiss her mouth. Maybe he'd tease, keeping his lips hovering just a tiny breath away from hers, a tempting smirk spread over his mouth. And what would she do? She'd lean up, try to chase him into a kiss, and get pressed back down to the bed for her troubles. Atlas would keep her arms above her head, wrists pinned down to the bed, and she'd test to make sure she couldn't get free, of course. If he was going to hold her down, then she was going to make sure he did it properly. But there wouldn't be any give to his grip, and he'd tighten it just a bit, just so she could feel the strength there and know that he could keep her where he wanted her. Her heart kicked up into a higher rhythm at that, her breaths coming faster as she brushed her fingers over her sensitive lower lips, one finger slipping through her growing wetness to rub at her slit, spreading the slickness there. With her free hand, she reached over and found her favorite vibrator in the drawer of her nightstand. It had cost more than a week's worth of groceries, but the fact that it was not only powerful, but rechargeable as well, made it well worth it. She could get herself off in 10 minutes flat with this thing, and now that she was already worked up and wanting it, Kat was sure she could use it to get off more than once. If anything was going to fix this problem, it would be old reliable. Breathing harder, she brought the head of it between her legs, licking her lips as she pressed it against her clit. It wasn't even on yet, and she already wanted to grind down on it, imagining the soft head was the head of Atlas's cock. She knew it wouldn't be that big, and she wouldn't want it to be. But there was no way a man that large would have a small dick, right? It would be proportionate to the rest of him, and she pictured it in her mind, thick and veiny, with a fleshy head, heavy and full in her small hand. He'd make sure she was well worked up and ready for him, but he wouldn't be overly gentle. Kat wouldn't want him to. She'd want him to use that length and thickness to the best of his ability. She closed her eyes and imagined him pressing into her, the stretch of it, the way he'd force her body to accommodate him. A soft whimper burst from her, and she ground down harder on the toy. It wasn't meant to be inserted into her, and that was a shame, because she suddenly felt so empty. That was easily fixed, as she grabbed a dildo from the drawer, rubbing it around her entrance to slick it up with her own wetness before she began pushing it into herself. It wasn't nearly as thick as she was imagining Atlas to be, but it did the trick well enough, and she could feel her pulse hammering through her as she worked her hips, wishing the dildo could thrust itself. With the image of Atlas on top of her firmly in her mind, she flicked on the vibrator. It jumped to life, and even at the lowest setting, it was intense, making her whine softly and roll her hips. She used one hand to keep it in place, and then let the other one manipulate the dildo, working it in and out of her at a quick, hard pace. Her mouth was open, moans and soft whimpers falling from her lips freely, and once or twice she definitely moaned Atlas's name, which was absurd, because she didn't even know him. But her body knew that it was enjoying this, and her mind kept putting him front and center, making it him who kissed her neck, and him who bit at her shoulder while he took her, groaning her name as he finally kissed her properly. Outside of the fantasy, Kat practically sobbed at the pleasure that was building in her. It rose and grew into a crescendo, and she wasn't prepared for it when it broke over her, stealing her breath and making her arch sharply into it, riding out the waves of sensation. Usually, she would stop there and take stock, give herself the space to see if she could handle another orgasm. But she didn't this time. This time, she flicked the vibrator up to a higher speed and shoved the dildo in deeper, crying out when her already oversensitive clit spasmed at being overloaded with feeling, taking the pleasure she'd already been feeling from her first climax and amping it up before it could ebb away. It was so good, and just on the edge of being too much, keeping her poised right on that line between pain and pleasure, between falling and flying while she kept her hand moving. She imagined how Atlas would do this, how he'd have the stamina to keep her coming for him before he'd even gotten close yet, how she'd fall apart once, twice, maybe 3 times before he was done with her, and end up limp and pliant on the bed while he pumped into her body. This time when she came, it was with a near scream, and she had to move one of her hands to clap it over her mouth so she wouldn't disturb her neighbors. Her hips snapped up, and she whined and moaned into her hand as she rode out the pleasure of it, feeling it sear into every part of her. It took long minutes before she was able to move again, and she managed to push her toys onto the floor and pull the covers over herself properly before she was close to falling asleep. Her last thought was of Atlas, and how she was sure that he was the type who would tuck her in and clean her up, and then spoon behind her as they slept. She was just conscious enough to be aware of wanting it. Chapter 7. It's in the last place you think to look. 2 days later, and Atlas was still reeling. He had never felt so open before, so like he was in the wrong place. It was like every bit of him was clamoring to be with Kat, urging him to go to her, to find her. But he couldn't. He hadn't worked out what to say yet. Several options had been considered and rejected since that night. Capital T and capital N for significance, because it was a very big deal in his head. More than anything, he just wanted to see her. But he figured that would go one of 2 ways. The first way involved him being able to keep his mouth shut about what he was feeling and not telling her that he was pretty sure they had been created for each other and everything going well. The second way was less optimistic and involved him telling her everything and her telling him to get lost because he was a weirdo. To be honest, the second option seemed more likely. He just didn't know what to do. Alice didn't even know this woman. He had spent a few hours in her presence, and that was all. Sure, he'd been charmed by what he'd seen in that time, but there was more to agreeing to spend your life with someone than that, not to mention the fact that she was from Earth, and he wasn't. He wasn't even human, and she didn't know that either. At least if he'd found his mate back home, he would have had the benefit of them being the same species, and not having to explain everything. They'd be on equal footing. This was not at all equal, not at all how Atlas had pictured it. He'd been dreaming of the moment he would meet his mate since he was a little boy, thinking up all the things he would tell her, all the ways it could go. He'd pictured his mate being younger than him, older than him, the same age as him, with a variety of different hair colors. He'd pictured her being new to searching, surprised that he'd come to her so easily, like he'd been waiting for her to be ready the whole time. He'd pictured her being tired of searching too, more like him, ready to find her person already, and so relieved when they came together, because of course it had been worth the wait. But never had he pictured her being a human. That shouldn't have even been possible, and the implications were upsetting. If he'd never agreed to come to Earth with Sheena, then he would never have met his mate. And when he had to go back with the princess, well, there wasn't any use in dwelling on that, because it had been 2 days, and he still hadn't so much as thought up what he was going to say to broach the topic with Kat yet. And it seemed like a good idea to talk to Sheena first. She had a unique world view that usually made Atlas feel better about the things that were bothering him. Plus, it was her fault he was here in the first place. He found the princess in the main room of the house, lounging on the couch and looking over a holomap on her communicator. She was still using her glamorizer to look human, and no matter how many times Atlas saw it, he was never used to it. He only wore his disguise when he had to go out. Otherwise, he ended up baffled by his own reflection. Sheena looked up when he stepped into the room and smiled at him, gesturing to one of the other seats in the room. "Atlas, have a seat." Atlas dropped into a squashy chair and raked fingers through his hair. "Any progress?" he asked, needing to start with something that wasn't so confusing first. She nodded. "Yes, some. I've been looking at where the resources here are the most abundant, seeing what's being done differently there, and how we can expand on that. Earth is really quite a vast planet, isn't it?"
"So it seems," Atlas agreed. "Much larger than what we're used to, and the people are different."
"They are. Humans are simple."
That wasn't the word he would have gone with for such a multitudinous people. Simple. Really. I think they're more complex. They have so many things going on at one time, and they seem to exist in their own little orbits, rarely coming together with others of their kind unless they have to. It seems a lonely way to live.
Sheena lifted an elegant shoulder in a shrug. "It's how they've lived for centuries, I'm sure. I say they're simple because they're unable to look past their differences to see how they might join together in a community, which is why they're lonely."
"I guess that's a good point. It's a shame we can't teach them how to be better at caring for each other as well."
"One massive problem at a time, I think," Sheena replied. She shut down the map and turned her eyes to him. "Did you need something, or were you just desperate for my company?"
"The latter goes without saying, Your Highness," Atlas said, bowing in his seat. "And I wondered if I could have your advice." Now she looked interested, and she sat up, legs tucked under her, hair tumbling over one shoulder.
"The great Atlas seeks advice! Now this I have to hear. What can I help you with, my friend?"
He sighed, trying to think of what he should say. There didn't seem to be any delicate way to say it, so he just blurted it out. "I think I've found my mate."
Sheena's eyes widened in surprise. "You have? But why didn't you say something? I would have thought twice about bringing you here if I'd known that you'd found your mate, Atlas. Did you tell her you were leaving at least?"
Of course she would assume that he meant he'd found her back home. Nothing else made any sense, and it made what he was about to say seem even more absurd. "No, I mean," Atlas sighed, "I didn't find her before we left."
"You don't mean one of my hirelings, do you?" Sheena asked.
"I don't."
"Then a human?"
Atlas nodded.
For a long moment, neither of them said anything. Sheena seemed to be trying to figure out how to process what he'd told her, and Atlas didn't rush her. After all, he'd had 2 days to think about it, and it still didn't make any more sense to him than it had when it had happened. "How do you know?" Sheena asked.
"You know how everyone describes some sort of undeniable feeling when they meet their mate?" Atlas replied. "It was like that. I shook her hand, and I felt... Well, at first it just felt odd, but then everything started clicking into place, and..." He shrugged. "I don't think it could have been anything else."
"Did she feel it too?"
"I think so. I haven't asked. I don't know what to say to her, Sheena. How should I tell a human that I'm the person she was meant to be with? Humans don't even have mating conventions, so how am I meant to..." He trailed off, at a loss.
"You're not," Sheena replied after a moment.
"What?"
"Don't tell her anything."
"I have to say something to her."
Sheena shook her head quickly. "Atlas, listen to me. Humans don't have any precedent for this sort of thing. She's not going to understand what you're talking about to begin with. And even if you explain it to her, how do you think that will make you sound? You're not human, and eventually you're going to have to tell her that. And what happens when you have to leave? You certainly can't expect her to give up her life here and come with you. A human among the Korikali? It would never work." Atlas hadn't even gone down that road of thinking very far yet, but he knew Sheena had a point. There was nothing he could do to make this easy, and in the end, it might have been kinder for him to stay away. But That tugging that had started up in his chest since the moment their hands had touched didn't seem like it would go away. How much worse would it be if he was on another planet? "Atlas," Sheena said again, clearly wanting his attention. He looked up at her, lips pulled down into a frown. "I know what you're thinking. She's your mate, and you want to go to her. That's only natural. But it can't work. You have to see that as well as I do. As your friend, and someone who doesn't want to see you suffer, I'm asking you to stay away from her. As your princess, and the person in charge of this mission, I'm telling you to." "You're ordering me not to see her again?" Atlas asked, frowning harder. "For your own good, and for the good of this mission. Don't you see how this could ruin everything?" He sighed heavily. She had a point. Sheena usually did. "Yes, I can." "Then you understand." "Yes, I do." Atlas pushed to his feet, rubbing at his face. "Thank you for talking to me about this, Your Highness." "Of course, Atlas. You know I want you to be happy." He nodded, and withdrew to his room, not feeling any better after their conversation. Because Sheena was right. There would be no easy way to make Kat understand what was happening. Atlas didn't know what she had felt, or if she'd even felt anything. Maybe humans were incapable of those feelings, and it was all one-sided. That thought was more depressing than any of the others. Atlas remembered what people had told him about finding your mate and how it made you complete, how it took all the emptiness and loneliness and chased it away, filling those spaces with a partner who was meant to be yours. It wasn't perfect, but knowing you were meant for someone made it easier to work on problems, to compromise, and to try to keep that flame. Atlas knew that if he didn't pursue this, he'd never have that. He'd spend the rest of his life fighting back the emptiness and sleeping with women he didn't and couldn't love. Only it would be worse than usual, because he'd know there was someone out there in the universe who was meant for him, and he would want her for as long as he lived. Atlas had never disobeyed a direct order before. It had never occurred to him to do it. Warriors followed orders for the good of the people. But now he needed to do something for the good of himself for a change. He was going to find Kat. Chapter 8. Definitely not according to plan. This was not supposed to have happened. Sheena paced her room, agitated. Her clothes were in a heap on her bed, as was her glamorizer, because for the moment she needed to be her, and she needed to think. Atlas wouldn't have been her usual choice for something like this. He was an excellent warrior, skilled at every weapon he touched, and dedicated to the cause of protecting their people. But he didn't have a head for diplomacy or politics. She hesitated to call him dumb muscle because he wasn't stupid, but he hadn't been chosen for his intelligence. She'd put it like that. The main reason she'd wanted him to come with her was because of his devotion. Warriors were very good at following the orders of their betters if they were told that it was for the greater good, and given a target to go after. Sheena believed that would be where Atlas would shine in his mission. He was devoted to his people, and more than that, he was devoted to her. She'd made sure of that. The sex was good, she wouldn't lie, but she wanted him for more than that. She wanted him to protect her, and to slay her enemies if need be. The fact that he hadn't found a mate before they left had been surprising. As much as he seemed to enjoy sleeping with her and the other woman he found himself with, Sheena knew that he really wanted to find that woman he was meant to be with. No matter how much he pretended otherwise, she knew it ate at him. Unattached, he was more used to her, more able to put her and the things she wanted him to do first. A mate would just divide his loyalties and make it harder for her to know that he was really on her side. So of course, they'd been on Earth for less than 5 days, and already Atlas had found the woman he was meant to be with. She hadn't even known that humans were a possibility. Probably no one had. They didn't interact with other species very much, save the Drugan, who wouldn't leave them alone. It was interesting to think of all those people who never found their mates and wonder if it was because they were on other planets. But it was inopportune. Humans were messy and complicated, and not very bright when it came right down to it. Sheena needed Atlas's focus to be on the task at hand, not on wooing some human woman. A human woman, of all things! Sheena had always known that one day Atlas would find who he was supposed to be with, and then he wouldn't be hers anymore. But for the love of the creators, a human? How were they meant to be together? What did they even have in common? It was unthinkable. And while Atlas seemed to be mostly confused about it, Sheena knew she hadn't mistaken the curiosity in his eyes. Atlas was a romantic at heart, and while the sex between them was phenomenal, there wasn't any romance there. There couldn't be. She had a kingdom to rule, while her mother withered away into old age and further into her grief. Assuming she found her own mate, it would be hard enough to deal with that and ruling at the same time. What she had with Atlas was about physical pleasure and nothing more. Stress relief at times, but nothing beyond that. If he went to this human woman, then that would be over, and she would miss it. She hoped her words had been enough to get him to see reason, but on some level she didn't believe that they were. So she summoned one of her hired women to her that night, drawing her into the room and closing the door behind them. "My princess," the woman said, kneeling before her. Sheena smiled. "No need to be so formal, my dear. I have a task for you." She looked up, dark eyes intent. "Of course. What do you wish of me?" "Atlas, the warrior I brought. I need you to keep an eye on him. He's getting too close with the humans, and I need that not to happen. Watch where he goes, who he's with, and then report back to me. If he seems like he's getting friendly with anyone, detain him." If warriors didn't question orders, then mercenaries were even better. They didn't often have the morals that warriors did, and they went where the money was the best. As princess, Sheena had access to funds to make sure that she got what she wanted. Anyone else might have been wary of tailing someone as experienced and skilled as Atlas, but this woman had no problems with it. She nodded her assent and got to her feet, heading for the door once she'd been dismissed. Sheena let herself relax then. Atlas meant a lot to her, but she wasn't going to let him endanger this mission. Her mercenaries would see to it that things were done the way they should be, and everything would be fine. If it wasn't, then she would have to get involved herself, and no one wanted that. Chapter 9. There Aren't Really Words. On the third day, Atlas's own cowardice was starting to annoy him. He'd never been the type to run and hide when something was going wrong. He was always charging into the fray with his weapon held high and a bellow on his lips. And yet, this was different from fighting endless waves of Drugan, and needed a more delicate approach. But either way, he prepared like it was war. He showered and made himself presentable, hair neat and tidy, beard trimmed, glamorizer on, and making him look as human as possible. He didn't want to keep lying to Cat, but one step at a time. Atlas dressed in the clothes from the wardrobe in his room, dark bottoms and a red shirt that wouldn't have looked good with his skin if it had been its usual color. Sheena was conveniently somewhere else at the moment, so when he stepped into the sitting room of the house, it was just one of the priests and two of the mercenaries sitting there, watching television. The priest didn't pay him any attention, and that was fine. The priests and priestesses of the eyes of the creators were considered just a few steps down below royalty by the Korikali people. They were literally the eyes of the creators, but that made them an odd bunch, hollow eyes and overly ceremonial to the point where conversations with them were almost pointless. The mercenaries seemed content to do whatever it was they had been paid for, sitting around or following Sheena when she went out. Atlas was a bit confused by that, because he was under the impression that he had been brought along to help protect the princess. But for the moment, it worked in his favor, since he had other things to do. Going out? asked one of the mercenaries, a female whose name Atlas couldn't remember. "Yes," he replied. "For dinner." "With who?" He arched an eyebrow. In general, members of the warrior sect and mercenaries didn't speak much. Warriors thought that they were better than those who had to be paid to care about a cause, and Atlas was no exception to that. He didn't feel like he had to answer to this woman, but she was there because Sheena wanted her to be, so he sighed and stowed his pride for the moment. "With myself. I like the food they serve on this planet. Would you like to come with me?" he offered, already knowing what the answer would be. "No," she said, lips curling in a barely contained sneer. "Very well," Atlas replied, and he dipped a mocking bow in her direction before heading out. The air was chilly, and he breathed it in, trying to settle on what he was going to say to Kat when he saw her. He was still debating the merits of small talk versus just jumping in and saying that he knew there was something happening between them, and he wondered if she had noticed it too. He'd at least greet her first, probably. The pub was more crowded than he'd been expecting when he got there, and he realized that it was the end of the week for humans. Saturday. It was evidently clear that they liked to spend that day drinking and eating greasy food, because he had to wade through a crowd to get to the bar. There was a seat open, and he took it, using his considerable size to easily nudge people out of his way. One man looked like he wanted to make an issue of it, but then he looked up, and up some more, until he found Atlas's face, and seemingly decided that he was no longer looking for a fight. And Sheena thought humans were simple. It took a while for Kat to make her way down to his corner. She was so busy with making drink trays and pouring shots for people. She looked wonderfully in her element, and he watched her work, taking in the way she spun bottles and shook drinks up before pouring them with a flourish. She seemed to be in a good mood that night, but every so often Atlas could see her press a hand over her chest and frown. Instinctively, he pressed a hand over his own chest, right where that tugging sensation had yet to let up. It was a little less profound in her presence, clearly calmed by the fact that she was closer than she'd been before, and he couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. After a bit, as if thinking about her too loudly had caught her attention, Kat looked up and directly at him. Their eyes met, and the tugging got more insistent, as if urging him to do or say something to her. Kat's eyes widened, and he wondered if she was feeling the same thing. She looked at him for a few seconds, and then shook herself before holding up a finger, the universal indicator to wait a moment. He'd waited this long, so what was another few moments? Before Kat could get to him, someone else did, a man that Atlas had seen before when he was here the last time. He was pale-skinned and pale-haired, and the smirk on his face looked like it was permanent. He whistled under his breath, looking Atlas up and down. "Well, you're certainly hard to miss," he said. "Can I get you something?" "I've got this one, Laurent," Kat said, sliding up beside him. "Can you pour tequila shots for table 7? The man, Laurent apparently, arched an eyebrow at her. He seemed like he was going to comment, but then he just shrugged. "Why does table 7 need tequila?" Kat shrugged in return. "Something about a baby. I didn't ask." Laurent walked off, shaking his head, presumably about poor choice in spirits, leaving Atlas and Kat alone in the corner. She looked like she wanted to say something to him, but her eyes were bright, and she stood there, looking at him for long seconds. Atlas, needing there to be something said, took the initiative. "Good evening," he said, inclining his head to her. "Hi," she said back. "I was wondering if you'd gone off back to wherever it is you came from. Where is that, by the way?" "Far from here," he answered. "And no, not yet. I wanted to come back and see you, but I didn't know—" "You didn't know what?" she asked, leaning a bit closer, resting her elbows on the bar. That was a good question, with a hugely complex answer. "What to say to you, I think," Atlas replied. "Which is strange, because I've never been shy around women before." Kat rolled her eyes, but laughed at that, and something in Atlas eased. "Yeah, I think I picked up on that, she said. I'm sure you have no trouble at all with the ladies looking like you look. He shrugged a shoulder. It's a blessing and a curse. Oh, it must be so hard being you, all muscly and attractive. I'm going to weep for you later, I promise. Atlas laughed with her this time, and it was such a light feeling, such a right feeling to be there with her, sharing this. It wasn't perfect, not yet, but it was a sign that maybe it could be, if they somehow managed to get over the huge hurdles in front of them that should keep them from being together, of course. But one step at a time. Can I get you a drink? Kat asked. Or are you just here for the pleasure of my stellar company? Can it be both? A slight flush rose on her cheeks at that, and Atlas found it irresistible. He wanted to pull her closer over the bar and kiss her right then and there, and his heart pounded in agreement, blood humming with the need to touch her. But he held himself back. Not now. Not here. Not when she was working and didn't know anything yet. It could be both, she allowed. You'll have to settle for the drink for a bit, though, because I'm working, and as you can see, everyone who lives in a 15-mile radius has suddenly decided to want to get drunk tonight. I assume you want food, too. He hadn't eaten beforehand, being so focused on this part of the night, so he nodded. A burger, and those onion things, please. Onion petals? She asked. Atlas nodded. Those, yes. One of these days you're going to have to tell me where you're from. She walked off to put the order in, and Atlas let out a breath, slumping over the bar a bit. It was going well, he thought. They'd only met twice, but already there was something there, something that made it feel like they were familiar and closer than they could be naturally. And that was how it continued for the rest of the night. There wasn't really time for them to actually talk, but Atlas thought maybe that was better. He couldn't help but hope that Kat also felt how easy things were between them, how the sparks jumped every time their fingers brushed, or how they held eye contact for more than a few seconds, and other subtle cues as to their new level of comfort. Then she'd be more likely to understand what he meant when he told her that they were destined to be together. At the very least, she wouldn't be able to deny that she felt something too. Alice could see it in her face, every time it caught her by surprise, and she would look at her hand or cover her chest with her palm and stare at him like she didn't know where he'd come from. The pub emptied slowly around them, men and women taking off for the night, and the employees cleaned up after them. Finally, Kat was pulling on her jacket and slinging a bag over her shoulder. Atlas was lingering by the door, and in some unspoken agreement, he walked out with her, holding the door for her and ushering her to go first. This is weird, she said, voice soft in the nearly silent night. What is? This. I don't know you from Adam, and believe me, I don't generally let strangers get this close to me. But you... Kat shook her head. There's something about you. Something like what? Atlas wanted to know. He knew what she was feeling, and he wanted to explain it to her, but this wasn't the right time or the right place. Not when they were standing in a parking lot. I don't know. That's just the thing. She hesitated, and then rushed on. When I saw you last and we shook hands, there was something weird. Did you feel that? Atlas nodded, not taking his eyes off of her. The wind picked up, blowing her dark hair into her face. Before she could, he lifted a hand and brushed it out of her face, tugging the wayward locks behind her ear. I felt it too, he murmured, stepping closer. Her eyes were wide, and her jaw was tight, and for a moment he thought she was angry with him. He was very much in her personal space, and he'd touched her without her permission, so he wouldn't blame her for being upset. But then she was making a low, desperate sound and pushing up onto her toes, fisting both hands in his shirt and dragging him those last few inches closer. Atlas dipped his head down, and she leaned up, and then... Oh. Oh! Atlas had kissed women before. He'd made something of an art form of it, teasing with lips and teeth and tongue until whoever he was with was nothing more than a puddle of desire in his arms. But nothing he had ever done before could compare to the way this felt. From the moment their lips met, it was bliss. Hot, fierce desire shot through him, and it was the most right thing he'd ever felt in his life. He pressed closer and used one hand to cup her face, while the other went to the small of her back, pulling her ever closer to him. Time fell away, and all that mattered was this. Atlas knew he had been right, and he understood what people meant when they said that nothing could be as perfect as being with the one you were meant to be with. He was in so much trouble. Chapter 10. Rules Were Made to Be Broken. Kat could count on one hand the number of really good kisses she'd had in her life, and have a couple of fingers left over once she was done. She'd had kisses that had been too wet, too dry, too little, too much, too forceful, too light, sour, bitter, and even, on one occasion, too sweet. So the kisses that were good tended to stand out. But this kiss topped every other kiss she'd ever had in her life, and she couldn't get enough of it. Her hands were gripping at his shirt, 1 second away from ripping it open and getting her hands on the hot, muscular flesh she could feel under his clothes. His hands were all over her, moving down to her bottom and gripping firmly, and instead of being outraged at his presumption, she was just turned on. It was easy to remember how she had lain in her bed with 2 toys working on her, thinking about Atlas making her come over and over again. She didn't doubt he could do it either. He was strong and powerful, even more so up close and personal, and not in her mind. And she wanted it. She wanted him. And she didn't want to waste time thinking about it, because then she would chicken out. They probably still needed to talk about whatever it was that had happened between them the first night they'd met, but she told herself there would be time for that later. Right then her body was in control, overruling her head, and it wanted there to be less clothing and more kissing, and those large hands touching her even more. Kat broke away from the kiss with a soft gasp, panting and licking her lips as she sank back down flat on her feet. "We can't," she said. "We can," Atlas countered. "And we should. We really should." She laughed, and it was a husky sound. "Not here, though. In this parking lot, we could—" Kat hesitated. She was about to break so many of the rules she had set for herself, all for some guy she didn't know, but something told her that it would be worth it. If the reality was even half as good as the fantasy, then it would be worth it. So she continued. "We could go back to my place. Did you drive here?" Atlas shook his head. "No, I walked. I'm staying not far from here." "Would you rather go back there?" Kat asked. He shook his head again. "My traveling companions are there." Then her place it was. She ushered him to her truck, laughing as he squeezed his bulk into the passenger seat. Kat tried to focus on driving, but every time she glanced at Atlas, he was looking at her, and the tension was building higher and higher with every passing second. She knew it was going to snap, and they were going to devour each other. She was just hoping they could make it back to her apartment first. It was a near thing. They got to her building, and she parked. Once Atlas had gotten himself out of the truck, he was backing her against it, looming over her with all his height and muscle, and taking her mouth again. Their lips brushed lightly at first, and then seemed almost magnetized, never separating for very long. It wasn't until someone coughed as they passed that Kat realized that, yep, they were making out like teenagers in front of the building, and she blushed and hurried him inside. They tried to avoid touching each other as they made their way up 2 flights of stairs to Kat's apartment. Atlas had his hands on her waist while she unlocked the door. At least no one was in the hall to see it. Once they were through the door, Atlas kicked it shut behind himself, and they were blissfully alone. Somehow it was even tenser now, and the anticipation was like a physical thing between them. It was hot and heavy like the air before a thunderstorm, just waiting to break and douse them both. They stared at each other, less than a foot apart, like they were waiting to see who was going to make the first move. In the end, they reached for each other at the same time. Atlas's hands were so large that they dwarfed her waist, and when he lifted her up, Cat made a noise of surprise. She then wrapped her legs around his waist and her arms around his neck, surging forward to kiss him again. This kiss made the other two seem chaste by comparison. It was messy and biting, teeth and tongues clashing as they poured out their passion into each other. Atlas's fingers were digging into her flesh, and her heels were pressed into his lower back. Heat curled in her belly and spread through her limbs as their mouths met, mingled, and melded together. Their panting breaths and the occasional sharp gasp was the only thing that could get between them. "Where's your bedroom?" Atlas asked when they needed to breathe, and his voice was so low with his desire that Cat felt it all through her body. She pointed over his shoulder, and he set off. She didn't even have time to glare when he dumped her on the bed, because he was crawling up after her, pinning her down with the sheer size of his body, making her feel small under him. It was just like in her fantasy, and her breathing kicked up a notch, heart pounding. For all his size, he was gentle as he leaned down and kissed her again, their lips and tongues brushing and tangling, the kiss growing in passion until they were gripping at each other's clothes and practically rutting against each other. It was all friction and heat, and Cat felt herself growing wet between her legs, arching up against him. The energy was frantic and all-consuming, and she couldn't remember being this desperate for someone. But there it was. She wanted him out of those clothes and inside of her, and every pump of her heart sent that desire thrumming through her body like the fire under her skin. "Off," she said, tugging at his shirt. "Everything off." "As you wish," Atlas said, lips tugged up at the corner into a smile. He sat back enough so that he could undress, and Cat did the same, pulling her shirt over her head and shimmying out of her jeans as quickly as possible. It wasn't sexy, but her mind wasn't exactly focused on putting on a show. She just wanted to see and feel and touch, and her need was driving her to move things along. Her mouth dropped open when Atlas's chest was revealed, and she stared for long moments, taking him in. His skin was darker than her own pale complexion by a couple of shades, and he was built. His abs looked like you could literally grate cheese on them, and his arms were toned and muscular. There were scars littering his torso from stomach to chest, and she wondered how he'd gotten them. He looked like a fighter, like he might have been a soldier or something, and she made a mental note to ask later. For now, she had more important things to deal with. Cat reached out and trailed her fingers over his warm skin, delighting in the ripple of muscle as he flexed slightly, and the difference in feeling between skin and scars. He looked a bit wary, and Cat wondered why. Surely he'd done this before. There was no way that women and probably some men weren't throwing themselves at him when he looked like this. "Fair's fair," he said, gesturing to her bra and panties, which were still on. With an arched eyebrow, Cat directed a pointed look at his own still covered crotch, and whatever wariness had been in his eyes melted away, leaving only heat and desire in those green depths. Together they shucked off their underthings, both naked for the other's examination. Cat wasn't self-conscious about the way she looked, not really. She was petite, but that only enhanced her curves. Her breasts were full and firm, dusty pink nipples already hardened in the cool air of her bedroom. When she looked down at his own bared flesh, her mouth dropped open. She'd been expecting him to be well endowed based on the size of the rest of him. But God! He made some porn stars look small, and she was seriously concerned about whether the sheer thickness of him was going to fit inside of her. Far from being smug about his size, Atlas looked wary again, as if he was afraid that she was going to up and run away because he was so big. It was a good thing Cat adored a challenge. She reached out and wrapped her fingers around his cock, the tips of them not even able to meet around the width of it. When she stroked lightly, Atlas groaned, head tipped back. "Not afraid?" he asked her, eyes simmering with need. Cat shook her head. Nope. Takes more than that to scare me. Atlas looked at her, and the smugness showed for just a moment before he was moving, grabbing her wrists and pressing her back to the bed, pinning her arms over her head. It was just like she'd imagined, and the flush rose from her cheeks to her chest as she arched up, legs spread wide in a clear show of how much she wanted him. Luckily, he didn't make her wait. He worked her with his fingers for a few long moments, driving her crazy, and nearly making her fall apart right then and there with how good it felt. Two of his fingers were thick enough to fill her, and when he added a third, the stretch was delicious. He got her ready to take his cock, and luckily she was wet enough that lubrication wasn't a problem. When he pushed into her, it was enough to make her come instantly. Cat cried out, body clenching around him as he seated himself inside of her. He was on top, one hand keeping her pinned down, the other bracing his weight off of her. She whimpered softly, and he looked concerned. Should I stop? All Cat could do was shake her head emphatically. The last thing she wanted him to do was stop. So he didn't. He pushed, and then pulled back, thrusting into her deep and hard, enough to make her cry out. The pace he set wasn't too fast, but with his length she felt every bit of it, each drag of his skin against her inner walls, setting off sparks inside of her that had her climbing up to another climax in no time. Atlas didn't even look fazed. His face was set in a look of pleasure, but he was clearly pacing himself. Someone of his size had to have stamina, and Cat wondered if she would even be able to walk the next morning. He brought her right to the brink of her pleasure, his name on her lips as she toppled over again, coming even harder and bucking under him. It wasn't even the last time she came that night, and when Atlas flipped her over and pushed her hips up, she knew sleep was going to be in short supply. And God, she was fine with that. Thank God for Sundays. That was all Cat had to say when she woke up. Her eyes and body felt heavy, and she was sore in places she hadn't been sore in for quite a while. When she turned her head, she could see Atlas there, head on her pillows, covers slipped down to reveal his strong back and the slight swell just above where his bottom started. His breathing was still deep and even, and Cat licked her lips. Part of her couldn't believe what they had done. It wasn't like her, that was for sure. While she was horrified at the breach of her own rules, it was sort of muted, hidden behind the part of her that wanted to just scoot closer to Atlas and press herself all along the warmth of his back. Before she could do that, he was shifting, muscles moving under his skin, as he turned over with a frown, yawning as he looked around. When those green eyes landed on her, his lips quirked up into an instant smile. "Good morning," he said. "Morning," Cat replied, feeling strangely shy. She was waiting for the regret to set in, but it just didn't seem to be there. Before she could get distracted by the fact that they were both still naked and she could sort of see his morning wood, she plowed on. "So I think we need to talk." Atlas blinked for a moment, smile slipping, but then he nodded. "You're right. We do. I'm not sure where to begin." He reached up and pressed his hand over his chest, rubbing slightly, and Kat's eyes widened. That was the same thing she had been doing for the past few days, and she knew it was connected to what had happened. "What does that mean?" she asked. "That feeling I've had in my chest since we met. I know you know." He hesitated, but Cat wasn't going to let him off the hook that easily. "Tell me." "Very well. Do you believe that there are people who are meant to be together?" It was oddly reminiscent of what her dad had said to her the last time she'd had dinner with him, and Cat frowned. "No, not generally." Atlas nodded, seeming to take that in stride. "I didn't think so. It doesn't seem to be something you believe in here." "Well, there are some that do. That whole 'there's a perfect person for everyone out there' thing. I've just seen enough to know that's not true. And I mean, There's what, like 7 billion people on the planet? What are the odds of finding this one perfect person in your lifetime if you have that many people to sift through? It's not like there's a guarantee that it's going to be your next-door neighbor or something. She could rant about that all day, and Atlas smiled, ducking his head a little. It's a very good point, he said. Let me guess. You're one of those people who believe in soulmates or whatever. He seemed to hesitate, and then he nodded. Yes. It was a simple enough answer, and she sighed, rubbing a hand down her face. She didn't know what to say in response to that. As much as she didn't believe in things like that, she didn't want to be the one taking a crap all over the things other people believed in. And you're not, Atlas continued, and it wasn't a question. No, Kat said. There was no point in beating around the bush about it. But I have my reasons. Will you tell me what they are? She blinked and looked at him, surprised. Most people seemed to just take her words at face value. They assumed she was a cynic, or that she had her heart broken before, and didn't want to bring up anything uncomfortable. But Atlas was watching her with curious eyes, and it was clear he was genuinely interested in the answer. Because I've seen too much evidence to the contrary, she said. My parents got married when they were younger than I am now. They thought they were in love, and they stayed together up until I was 14 years old. And they were miserable together. They made each other miserable, and they made me miserable, and it was both the worst and best day when they finally called it quits. I'm not saying they were soulmates or whatever, but they went into it thinking they were meant to be together, and it blew up in their faces. Now my dad's alone, and my mom is married to the dumbest man I've ever met in my life. And it's just... some things don't work out. Atlas looked like he was considering her words carefully. Whether to form a rebuttal, or just because he'd wanted to understand, she didn't know. When he finally spoke again, it was with a measured, even tone. Things aren't like that where I'm from, he said. People find the person they're meant to be with, and they stay together. Children grow up knowing that one day they'll find their person and be with them for the rest of their lives. Some don't, of course, but it's so prevalent that no one questions it. Kat arched an eyebrow. Sounds like something out of a fairy tale, she said. Or a horror movie about spousal murder. If that comment offended him, he didn't say so. I just need you to understand that I believe people find each other for a reason. Okay, Kat said slowly. She waited for the urge to kick him out, or run, or end things now to set in. Surprised was an understatement for how she felt when it didn't. If someone had told her that she would be spending all of her free time with a veritable stranger who believed in the power of true love and soulmates and whatever else, she would have laughed in their face, and then probably told them off. But over the next few weeks, Kat and Atlas were nigh inseparable. Of course, she still had class and work to contend with, and he did whatever it was that he did while she was busy, but they found time to be together. They had late dinners together, and the occasional lunch when they could make time for it. They usually sacrificed breakfast to lie in bed for a little longer, or have sex in Kat's shower before she went off to class, and he went back to the house he was staying in. Most nights, he came to the pub and sat at the corner of the bar, watching Kat work and interact with patrons and her coworkers alike. He had struck up a strange sort of camaraderie with Laurent. When she was too busy to chat with Atlas, Laurent could be found leaning against the bar, talking about everything from the weather and how it was getting colder out, to, of all things, how to wield a sword properly. Laurent was strange like that, and he had all sorts of odd hobbies, so Kat couldn't say she was truly surprised to find sword-play among them. Atlas being able to hold a conversation about it for 2 hours was something she hadn't expected. "I'm a man of many talents," was all Atlas had to say about it when she asked him. But he showed her his hand and pointed out which of the calluses on his palm were from using a sword. "Why do you even have a sword?" Kat had wanted to know. "Technically, I have more than one." "God, Laurent must love you," she said. "Maybe you two are soulmates." and Atlas had just laughed and then kissed her and told her that he was very sure that wasn't the case. She meant to try and find out more about him, but whenever the topic came up, there was always something to distract her. Atlas was gorgeous, and they did most of their talking in her bed, so Kat didn't really think she could be blamed for not having her mind strictly on ferreting out information. If it seemed weird to her that Atlas didn't offer it, she brushed it off, assuming that he was just a private sort of person. She told herself that this wouldn't last anyway. He had to go back to wherever it was that he was from eventually. He'd told her that he was there because he'd accompanied his boss and couldn't leave until her business was concluded. She assumed that when she was in class, he was with this boss, doing whatever it was they'd come here to do. And so it was fine. It was fine that he believed in things that she didn't, and fine that she didn't know very much about him, because this wasn't going to last. It couldn't. He would leave, and she'd go back to her life the way it had been before. And that was fine. "So what have you been up to?" Kat tried not to be annoyed. She really did. Her mother meant well, she knew that. She was just not a very good parent. And ever since she married Bertrand, she'd been even worse than usual. But when she had called and asked to have lunch with her, Kat hadn't been able to say no. So she'd taken time out of her day to meet her mother at a fancy bistro in the heart of the city, despite the fact that she had to take the train there and back when she really, really hated the train. For the first 20 minutes of them being there, waiting for someone to come and take their order, her mother gushed about her trip with Bertrand. The man apparently had more money than he knew what to do with, and so he showered her mother with expensive gifts and surprise vacations all the time. It was the sort of thing her mother loved, and her dad had never been able to do for her, so her mom was happy. Apparently, the Bahamas had been amazing, and her mom showed her picture after picture on her phone and talked about everything from the food to the weather to the movie they had watched on the plane on the way back. It was only after they'd ordered and a silence had fallen over the table that she asked how Kat had been. Unfortunately, Kat didn't know what to tell her. It was easier with her dad, and she never knew if her mom was going to accept her words at face value or try and pry to see if there was something more Kat wasn't telling her and probably didn't want to tell her in the first place. Usually she talked about school, because that was a safe topic. Art was one of the only things she and her mother had in common in the first place. Instead of sticking to that, though, she decided to actually try to involve her mother in her life. "A lot of the same old," she said, fiddling with her fork. "You know, work and school. I've been, seeing someone, though." Was it supposed to be that hard to tell her mother that she was involved with someone? Her mom's eyes lit up. "Really? You have? Kat, that's wonderful! I was beginning to think you weren't ever going to date again." Kat tried to keep her eye roll internal. "It was hardly that big of a deal, Mom." "Oh, Kat, you're a young woman," her mom said. "You should be out there, playing the field, seeing what life has to offer you. When I was your age, I was already married and pregnant. There's so much I didn't get to do." "Sorry I had to come along and ruin that." The older woman shook her head. "That's not what I mean, Caitlin. I'm not blaming you. You didn't ask to be born after all. I'm just saying that I settled down young. I thought I had everything I was ever going to want, that your dad and I were made for each other. And I was wrong, and I'll never get those years of my life back. I don't want you to wake up one morning and realize you feel like you wasted time." It was surprisingly open for her mother, and Kat was even more surprised that she hadn't leapt to blaming her father for whatever she'd felt like back then. Yeah, okay," she said, unsure of how else to reply. "For the record, though, I didn't feel like I was wasting time before." "Well, you never feel it in the moment, Kat. It's always later, when you look back and realize what you could have had before." "Oh." "But don't worry about it. You've always been such an independent person. I'm sure if you finally found someone you want to be with, then he has to be something special. So when do I get to meet him?" "Mom!" "What? Your mother doesn't get to meet your boyfriend?" You met all of my boyfriends. Now Kat did roll her eyes. And all the ones in between them, too, she muttered. Anyway, no one used the word boyfriend. I didn't say we were dating. We're just having sex. Mom! The conversation continued like that until Kat agreed she'd think about introducing her mother to Atlas. She already knew her mom would approve of him based on his looks, and honestly, who wouldn't? And he would probably appeal to the more romantic side of her that had cropped up since she'd left Kat's dad. Still, she didn't think she was ready to take that plunge just yet. That night, things went the way they usually did. She told Atlas about lunch with her mom while they ate a quick dinner, and then she was being bent over the kitchen counter while Atlas palmed her bottom with his large hands. If they were incompatible in any other ways, she didn't know about it because the sex was so good. They had undeniable chemistry, and when Atlas pulled down her pants and used his foot to nudge her legs open as much as he could with her pants around her ankles, she moaned and allowed it. He was the right amount of forceful, mixed with the right amount of gentle, and it made for every time being amazing. To her surprise, he didn't go straight for preparing her to take the full length of his cock. Instead, he dropped to his knees behind her and kissed her lower lips before sticking his tongue out to taste. Kat jerked as pleasure thrummed through her, and she folded her fingers into fists, nails biting into the skin of her palms. "Atlas," she moaned. She could feel him smirk into her growing wetness. As with everything else, it was clear he knew what he was doing. He delved in, using his fingers to part her folds more, tongue dipping and curling around those most sensitive places as he hummed in delight. He didn't make it seem like it was a chore to do either. No, he went down on her like she was his favorite meal, paying attention to all the right spots, kissing and licking, and then thrusting with his fingers until her legs were shaking, and she had to use her hands to keep herself propped up on the counter. She wondered what they would look like if someone were to walk into her kitchen right then and there. Her bent over her own counter, pants around her ankles, and a giant of a man on his knees behind her, face buried in her sex as he used his hands and mouth to bring her pleasure. And the pleasure was there, make no mistake about that. Kat was shaking and pressing back against him, heat curling through her. She moaned a litany of his name and several swear words, feeling the intensity of her pleasure grow with each passing second. But Atlas didn't seem to want to make it that easy. If Kat had pressed down and back into the feeling more, she might have been able to get off. But before she could test that theory, Atlas was pulling away. She didn't even need to turn around to know that he was going to be smirking at her, because he was a smug thing when it came to getting her off sometimes. "Why would you stop?" Kat whined, resting her head against the counter. "Because I don't want you to come like that," Atlas said, as if it were a perfectly reasonable thing for a person to say. "Oh, and that's up to you, is it?" she muttered back. He chuckled, and the sound was deep and velvety, enough to have her shivering and forgiving him because there was promise in the sound. "No," he replied, "but I would like it better if you came while I was deep inside of you. You feel so good around me, Kat. I want you to come on my cock." And yeah, okay, that sounded like something she could do. She listened to him get to his feet and then dipped her back in more, pushing her bottom out so that she made a tempting picture. "Put it in me, then," she murmured, her own voice husky with her need. Atlas growled softly, and then he was right there, hands gripping her hips, cock rubbing against the slickness of her entrance. He had to use one hand to guide himself in, and Kat's toes curled against the cool linoleum of her kitchen floor as the thick head pressed in, followed by the first couple of inches of his cock. He rubbed in and out a bit, stirring her blood and making her moan as he worked to get all of himself inside of her. She didn't know what it was about her body stretching to accommodate him, but it felt good, like she was making room and welcoming him in where he belonged. That thought might disturb her later, But for the moment, she was consumed with this, with her need and the way he made her feel. He always started off slow, pushing in and then pulling out in agonizing strokes, testing the waters and getting her ready for the pounding that always, inevitably came. It seemed like he just couldn't control himself after a while, and his fingers dug into her skin, and he began pulling her back into each thrust as they sped up and got deeper and harder. Kat wasn't the least bit self-conscious about how she moaned his name, how she whimpered and arched, made herself available to him for however he wanted to take her. He made her feel wanton and wanted, desired and dizzy, and she focused on not letting her legs buckle, though her knees were more than a little weak. This was what he did to her, how he turned her into a near puddle of sensation and want, always making sure she came before he did, with the force of a truck slamming into her body. With his stamina, he brought her there time and time again, keeping her poised right on the razor-sharp edge between too much and just enough, the wet sounds of their bodies moving together, echoing through the kitchen, enough that Kat had to wonder if the neighbors could hear it. Atlas groaned and grunted and growled, her name falling from his lips as he worked that spot inside of her that had electric pleasure shooting through her belly. When her orgasm hit, it caught her off guard. Atlas's fingers were tight on her hips, and she cried out his name as her climax exploded within her, hard enough that her breath was stolen for a good few seconds. By the time she could focus again, the hazy white fog of orgasm fading, enough that she was aware of what was going on. Atlas was thrusting into her hard once, twice, 3 more times, and then growling his own climax, his breathing ragged behind her. Later, things were quiet. They sat together on her living room couch and watched television until Kat was yawning with the need to go to sleep. McGuire's wasn't open as late as a bar would be, so it wasn't too terribly late, or early, she supposed, when she finally dragged Atlas to bed with her. There was time to sleep before she had to think about getting up for classes in the morning. "One of these days," she murmured to him as she curled up under her blankets, "you're going to have to tell me what it is you do that's got you so friggin' ripped." Atlas stiffened a bit against her. "Why?" "Because I want to know. You already know all about what I do." "My life isn't that exciting," Atlas replied. She wanted to argue the point, but sleep was claiming her. Chapter 11. Fans and the Stuff That Hits Them. Sunrises on Earth were nothing like the sunrises on his home planet, and so Atlas had been making a point to be awake for them as long as he'd been on Earth. Where he was from, the sun rose quickly. One moment it was dark, and the next the sun was in the sky, shedding light on everything. But here it was much more gradual. The sky lightened from inky blue to a softer gray, to a flurry of pinks and yellows. The light had an almost creamy quality to it, buttery gold as it spilled through the window, lighting on the floor, and then traveling until it was swathing the bed in its color, lighting up Kat's bared shoulder and sinking into the sleep-muscled tangle of her hair, pulling out strands of brown and even near red among the dark mass of it. Her skin was usually pale, but it seemed to glow soft and golden in the sunlight, and Atlas reached out, trailing fingers over her sleep-warm skin. The sight of his hand in the morning sun made him sigh softly to himself. His fingers were darker, tanner than Kat's alabaster paleness, but this wasn't him. Not the real him, anyway. Kat didn't know the real him. She'd asked questions, of course. Kat was smart enough to know that even though the sex was amazing, she needed to know something about him. He'd carefully built her a very incomplete picture of who he was, keeping his secrets and his glamorizer close at all times. It was fear, plain and simple. Every time he thought about telling her, she would smile, or touch his hand, or kiss him gently on the corner of the mouth, and he just couldn't. What if she didn't believe him? What if when he showed her, and she ran from him, or said she never wanted to see him again? Her horror and revulsion and anger might be enough to overcome anything she felt for him, and Atlas didn't know what to do. It was rare for him to be in this position. Usually a course of action was as clear as day in front of him. He saw what needed to be done, and he did it. In battle, he was clear-headed and focused, someone other people looked to for answers and guidance and direction. But in this he had no idea what he was doing. It was both exhilarating and terrifying all at once. He kept waiting for the bottom to drop out, or for things to settle, and neither thing had happened yet. It was easier for those who could find their mate among their own kind. No one had to make any explanations. No one had to hide. They all made it sound like everything just came together easily, because it was meant to be that way. Atlas wished this could be that simple. The sleepy sound from Kat jarred him out of his thoughts, and he looked at her and saw that she was stirring, turning over in the bed and smiling when she saw him. "Good morning," he said, the same as he always did when they woke up together. "Morning," she replied, smothering a yawn with one hand. "What time is it?" "Not time for you to be awake yet." Over the last few weeks he'd stayed over enough to know what time she had to get up to get ready for class. There was at least another hour until she needed to be awake. "Go back to sleep," Atlas urged, reaching out to brush hair from her face. She hummed, eyes closing as she caught his hand with hers to keep it in place on her cheek, and then turned her head to press a kiss to his palm. "What if I don't wanna?" Atlas smiled, her playful teasing washing away most of his worry for the moment. It was hard to fret about the future when the present was so tempting. "What else would you do?" he asked her, arching an eyebrow. "I could think of a few things," she murmured softly, scooting closer and pressing her front against him, all warm and soft and bare. His body was already morning hard, and he groaned as the contact made him stiffen just that bit more. "You're going to be the death of me," he said, but he wasn't really complaining. "But what a way to go, right?" Kat fired back, leaning up to kiss him. What a way indeed! If he was to die, he'd much rather be here, like this, than on the battlefield, speared by some crude Drugan weapon and left to bleed out. This was everything he'd ever wanted, right in his reach, and he was going to stop wasting time and take it. His lips traveled from her mouth to her neck, and he savored the noise she made, as she arched her back and dipped her head forward to give him more room to lay claim to that column of soft, fragrant skin. She always smelled sweet and light, like something freshly baked, and it made Atlas's mouth water for her. There wasn't time to do all the things he wanted to do to her. There would never be enough time for that, so he would have to settle. Wrapping his arms around her waist, he rolled onto his back, pulling her on top of him. The blankets came with them, framing their bodies as Kat adjusted her position until she was straddling his lap, a smirk on her face. "Is this what you want?" she asked. Atlas grinned back. "To begin with, yes. You'll miss an entire day of classes if we go through everything I want." He pressed his hips up, letting her feel how hard he was. Kat made a soft noise of pleasure and pressed down with her own hips, grinding against him teasingly. "Maybe one day we'll get through that list," she breathed. "I hope so." And creators, he really did. One day he would have to go back to his planet, that much he knew, and there was no way he could ask Kat to go back with him, regardless of whether or not he told her the truth about him. But maybe a miracle would happen, and there would be some way for them to be together, for this to work. If it was meant to be, then it would have to work out, right? At the moment, he didn't want to think about it, which admittedly happened more often than not. But Kat was on top of him, and he was hard and she was wet, and no matter how many times they did this, Atlas couldn't get enough of her. Their bodies were so differently sized, and yet they somehow managed to fit together perfectly. He cupped her face in one hand and drew her closer so he could kiss her, a proper good-morning kiss that made her smile against his mouth. How am I going to be able to concentrate on my studies if I'm thinking about this all day? She whispered. You're a resourceful sort of woman, Atlas murmured back. You'll figure it out. When she finally sank down onto his cock, she was tight and wet, and he groaned deeply, hands on her hips, as he pushed up with his own. It was an amazing sight, watching inch by inch of his length disappear inside that gorgeous body of hers. She always took him like she loved it, like she wanted it, and couldn't get enough. And that was half of the appeal for him, if he was honest. Cat was beautiful and willing and so very intriguing, and every time they did this, he felt himself falling for her just a little bit more. The way she moved on top of him, hips rolling gracefully, her hands braced on his chest, was entrancing. The morning light was still filling the room, and it gilded her skin, making her look like some sort of beautiful idol on top of him, carved in marble and cast in gold, a prize to be earned by the best. He wanted to be the best for her. Her eyes were closed, and her hair spilled down her back and tumbled around her shoulders as she moved, breasts bouncing temptingly, and a beautiful flush rising on her skin. Atlas was transfixed, eyes locked on her, lips parted as he panted. His hips lifted and fell of their own accord, meeting every downward thrust with an upward one of his own, their bodies meeting in the middle in some sort of perfection. She was his. She had to be his. He wasn't going to settle for anything less at this point. "You feel so good," Cat moaned, eyes opening, lust-darkened eyes meeting his gaze. "God, it's so good." He smiled and pulled her down harder, their hips snapping together. "And now?" "Even better." She took everything he gave her, and by the time they were falling apart, one right after the other, pleasured noises filling the air, Atlas had a plan in mind. "Off to work for you, then?" Cat asked, as she bit into an apple and slung her bag over her shoulder. They were both standing by her front door. She was ready to head off to class, and he'd be going back to the house where he was staying. "Yes," he said, smiling and reaching up to tug at a lock of hair that had already escaped from her messy updo. "I'll see you tonight, though, yeah?" He nodded. "Of course I'll be there. I promised Laurent I would talk with him about daggers." Cat rolled her eyes. "You two are ridiculous, I swear." Together they headed down the stairs to the main level, and then out into the chill of the still early morning. Cat stood on tiptoe to kiss his cheek, and Atlas turned his head so she got his mouth instead, smirking when she stuck her tongue out at him. He stood there and watched as she drove off, and then started back towards the house. The walks were long to the house, from the house, to the pub, from Cat's apartment, but they helped him clear his head and kept his body moving. Not having anything to fight for weeks on end was strange, and he wasn't used to being so sedentary. But his mood was good, and there was determination humming under his skin, along with the lingering pleasure from the morning. When he let himself into the house, he barely saw Sheena standing in the shadow of the doorway to the kitchen. He walked right by her, and nearly startled when she said his name, her voice sharp. The thing was that Atlas knew Sheena well. They were of a similar age, and while she was royalty, they'd been acquainted for the entire time Atlas had been in the warrior sect. He had saved her life once, after all, and from then on she'd called on him to guard her when she had to make public appearances or travel outside of the capital. This was one of the more extreme cases, taking them away from the planet. But still, they'd been together a lot. So when he turned and saw her eyes flashing dangerously, Atlas knew something was wrong. "What's happened?" he asked, frowning. His mind raced as he tried to think of what it might be. Perhaps someone had found out about them being here without going through the proper channels, or perhaps there had been some negative progress in her goals. "Atlas," she said, and her voice cracked like a whip. "What did I bring you here for?" Atlas blinked. "To protect you." "Exactly. Have you been doing that lately?" Ordinarily, he would have felt guilty for spending so much time with Cat and neglecting his duty, except that wasn't what he'd been doing at all. Every day while Cat was in classes, he came here, waiting for Sheena to ask for his help, and every day there was nothing for him to do. Saying that outright could be seen as being as good as treason if she was in a mood, so he just shook his head. "No, Your Highness. I wasn't aware you needed me more than I've been here." "Of course you weren't," she countered, "because your mind is elsewhere. I wonder if you could tell me where it's been, Atlas." "Ah, so that was it. How much do you know?" "I know everything," she snapped. "Did you really think you could sneak around under my nose and I wouldn't find out? You are expressly disobeying my orders, and I won't stand for it." "Your Highness—" "Be silent," she said, voice hard. "I want to hear it from you. Where have you been?" He knew what Sheena was capable of. Atlas had stood behind her while she'd had people executed for treason, while she'd watched the Drugan they'd managed to capture be killed right in front of her. She was ruthless when she wanted to be, but that had never been turned in his direction. Now it was, and while there was generally very little he was afraid of, he didn't want to be on her bad side. But he was going to fight for Kat if he had to, all the same. "I've been with Kat, the human woman who was my mate." Sheena's lips curled in disgust, and she laughed shortly. "You dare, after I told you to stay away from her!" "I dared," he admitted. "I had to, Sheena." "Do not address me like that. Whatever it was that we've had before, I am still your princess. You still bow to me. When I give an order, I expect it to be carried out, not ignored and blatantly disobeyed." "How did you find out?" Atlas asked. He didn't think he'd been that obvious about it. "I had you followed, you great lummox," Sheena snapped. "I knew you wouldn't be able to help yourself. You've always been helplessly romantic." That did wrinkle under his skin, and he narrowed his eyes at her. "You had me followed?" "Of course I did. As I said, I knew you wouldn't be able to help yourself from going to her. You've been obsessed with finding your mate for years now, and the moment you find her, you lose all your senses." She huffed, folding her arms. "Well, no more. Do you hear me? I'm putting an end to this. We are here for a reason, and I need you to be focused on this, not chasing some human woman." "Putting an end to it?" Atlas asked. "What do you mean?" "Exactly what I said. This won't go on. I should have taken more decisive action when you told me about her in the first place, but I've always had a soft spot for you, and it isn't helping matters." "You can't—" "Do not!" she said, holding up one slender finger to cut him off. "Tell me what I can and cannot do. I thought you were brighter than this, Atlas, I really did. I don't know why I thought that, but there it is. What do you think is going to happen between you and this woman? Have you even told her about us? About where you're really from, and who you really are? Has she seen you without the glamorizer yet? Has she promised to love you forever, no matter how blue your skin is?" Sheena knew just where to hit him to make him angry, and he gritted his teeth, trying not to lash out at her and make things worse than they already were. "No," he muttered. "She doesn't know yet." She laughed, and it was a cruel, mocking sound. "Of course she doesn't, because for all of your bravery, you're afraid, aren't you? You're terrified that she won't accept you. I can tell you right now that she won't. Humans are selfish and stupid creatures. She'll spit in your face and leave you to be alone forever." "You don't know that," Atlas countered, anger bubbling over. "And if humans are so stupid, then what are we doing here? I thought you wanted to help them." Sheena rolled her eyes. "They're beyond help. They're a parasite, a virus. They deserve to be destroyed, and this planet should be turned over to someone who can use it properly." He hadn't been expecting her to say that, her anger at him aside. This was a turn from what he was expecting. "What?" "You heard me, Atlas. You're here to serve me, to do what I tell you to do. You don't ask questions, you don't offer your opinions. You just fight what I tell you to fight and stand in front of me when I need you to. Understand? And just like that, he'd reached his limit. Atlas had joined the warrior sect because he wanted to help people, because he wanted to keep his people safe. Whatever was happening here didn't sound like anything he'd signed on for. No, he said, I don't. I don't know what you're up to or why you're doing this, but I'm not going to be a part of it. Humans don't deserve this. Sheena's eyes narrowed, but her face was perfectly impassive. You're going to regret this, she said. Wait and see. Underestimating Sheena had led many to their downfall, and Atlas knew that. He'd watched it happen time and time again, and still he'd drawn his line in the sand. Even before Cat had come along, he wouldn't have been on board with whatever plan the princess really had for the Earth. Now that he had Cat, well, he wasn't going to sit idly by. He spent most of the day trying to ferret out what Sheena had planned. It wasn't easy, and none of the others who had come with them were in the house once Sheena had swept from it without even looking in his direction. It left him free to search the house, but he found nothing, and it frustrated him. Before long, he had to go meet Cat at the pub. He needed to tell her something, even if he didn't know what yet. She was likely going to be in danger soon, and this wasn't the time to let his worries get the better of him. He went to the pub, walking as quickly as he could. Laurent was behind the bar, and the first rush of the night was in full swing by the time he got there. "Hey!" Laurent said, when Atlas approached the bar. "Is Cat with you?" Atlas's heart stopped. "No, she's not here." Laurent shook his head. "No. She should have been here an hour ago, technically, and I tried to call her, but it keeps going straight to voicemail. It's not like her to just disappear like this, or to take off days, whether she calls in or not." And just like that, he knew. "Maybe she fell asleep after class or something," Atlas said to Laurent, not wanting to alarm him. "I'll go look for her." "You think something's wrong?" Laurent asked. "You've got a look on your face like you think something's wrong." Atlas shook his head, trying to smooth out whatever look he had. "No, I think she was tired. She hasn't been sleeping as much as she should. She's probably taking a nap. I'll go get her." Before Laurent could comment, Atlas was rushing for the door. He knew who was responsible for this, and his anger and worry propelled him quickly back to the house. He slammed his way in, startling the two priests who sat in the main room, heads together as they murmured to each other. Atlas ignored them. Whatever part they had played in all of this was unimportant. Sheena was the one responsible. She was in the kitchen with one of the mercenaries, a cool look on her face. "Why, Atlas," she said, head tipped to one side, all that gorgeous hair spilling over one shoulder. "You look positively livid. What's happened?" She was mocking him. He knew that. He knew she just wanted to get a rise out of him, and if that was what she wanted, then she was going to get it. Atlas punched the wall he was standing next to, and his fist went through the plaster, leaving a hole. "Where is she?" he ground out. "I'm sorry, who?" He took a step forward, hands balled into fists at his side. The mercenary stepped in front of the princess with casual ease. "Careful," he said. "This is starting to look like treason." Atlas spat a curse at him, uncaring. "What did you do, Sheena?" he snapped. "Where is she?" Clearly bored with the game now, she shrugged a shoulder. "I took care of it. I did warn you, Atlas, that you were going to regret crossing me. If you want her to survive this, then you need to tread carefully. I'm not a monster, Atlas. I can be reasoned with." That caught his attention through his haze of rage. "What do you mean?" "I mean that I understand she's your mate. If you cooperate with me, then she'll be spared, and you can bring her back with us." His mind raced. "What exactly are you planning to do?" he asked. Sheena opened her mouth to answer, but before she could get a word out, the front door smashed open in a shower of broken glass and splintered wood. There was a scream from one of the priests, which was soon cut off into a choked gurgle. Atlas knew that sound. He'd been on enough battlefields to know it well. Sheena's eyes were wide, and Atlas turned sharply, stepping into the main room. What he saw made him go still with shock. Drugan. There was no doubt about it. No other creatures that Atlas had ever encountered were 8 feet tall and counting, half covered in wiry brown hair, while the other half was thick skin, almost like a callus. There were 2 of them standing there, one with the limp and lifeless body of the priest still in its clutches. As Atlas watched, it threw the priest's body to the side and looked around, nose high in the air. Drugan didn't see well in the light, which was why it was always better to fight them in the daytime, or in a well-lit area. But they had an amazing sense of smell. This one was looking for more victims. "No," Sheena whispered from behind him. "It isn't supposed to happen like this." Atlas whipped around to stare at her. "Please tell me this isn't your doing." They're supposed to be—" She was cut off by the guttural roar from the Drugan, and Atlas knew it was up to him. Mercenaries were all well and good, but fighting Drugan was what he was trained for. "Stay here," he snapped, and flat out sprinted for his room where his weapons were stored. He was going to have words with the princess later, but for now, they had to survive this. Chapter 12. When I get out of this, someone's in trouble. Kat came to with a groan, her head throbbing. She thought about opening her eyes, but the dizzying feeling of being disoriented and displaced kept her from doing so until she figured out why she felt so bad. The last thing she remembered was walking out of her last class of the day. She thought she had been headed for her truck, as per usual, when she'd been stopped by someone. A woman, she thought. She'd asked for the time, and then... Kat groaned as her head protested the intense thinking. She was laying on the ground, unless she was much mistaken, her shoulder half numb because it was cold, and her body weight was resting on it. Gingerly, she opened her eyes, blinking a few times to adjust to the low light of the room she was in. If it wasn't for the fact that she appeared to be in an abandoned factory or warehouse of some sort, she could have told herself that she'd just fallen asleep after class and was really late for work, most likely. But she was definitely in what looked like an abandoned warehouse or factory, and she was about to panic. How did this happen? Where was she? She wanted to call out and see if anyone was there, but horror movies had taught her that that was the best way to get her head sliced off or something. So she settled for pushing herself up into a sitting position and looking around. All that seemed to be left here was dust and old boxes, heavy with water damage and grime. There were a few old machines in one corner, and... Kat blinked, sure she was seeing things. In the middle of the open space, there was a spaceship. Or at least what she thought was a spaceship. "What is going on?" she muttered under her breath, and then jumped when a chuckle answered her. From the shadows stepped a woman, the same woman who had asked her for the time before, and Kat narrowed her eyes, but pushed herself back further against the wall. "You don't need to be scared of me, pretty human," the woman said. "I'm under orders to keep you alive. You're leverage." There was so much wrong with that sentence. "Leverage? For what?" Kat demanded, hating the way her voice broke with fear at the end. "For making sure your big dumb boyfriend does what he's told." She blinked. "Atlas? What was he involved in?" "I don't understand," she said. The woman laughed, and it was cold. "Of course you don't," she replied, "because for all his nobility, the warrior is a liar. He never told you the truth. I know. I've been watching." "The truth about what?" A grin split the woman's face, and she stepped closer to Kat, making her wish there was more room for her to scoot back away from her. "About this," she said. Her fingers went to her wrist, and Kat could make out a watch of some sort there. It looked similar to the watch Atlas always wore, and as she watched, the woman changed. Her skin went from a tan color to a dusty blue, her hair going brilliant white. It was like a filter had been applied, or removed, and Kat's mouth dropped open. "What?" See, we're not from here, the woman said smugly. From Earth, I mean. Our home is a long, long way away. And poor Atlas, he didn't know how to tell you. Usually Korikali don't mate with humans. What? Creators, can't you say anything else? The woman sneered. Trust him to pick a stupid human. Here's the thing. We're aliens, I guess you'd call us, from another planet. We're here to make your planet work for us. And Atlas apparently found out you're his soulmate. She said the word like it was something dirty. So he's disobeying our princess all over the place. I just gotta keep you out of the way until the deal is sealed, and then we'll see what happens. This can't be real, Kat said, shaking her head. I'm still dreaming. She didn't know what to believe. She knew Atlas had never told her the whole truth about what he did and where he was from. But this? Nope. Real as sunlight, the woman said. Now get comfy. We'll be here for a bit. She was going to have words with him when she got out of this. If she got out of this. Chapter 13. Best Laid Plans. Fighting Drugan was still second nature to him, which was good, because he had a real fight on his hands. Once he emerged from his room with his sword in one hand and a blaster in the other, the Drugan roared, and it was clear they had spotted him. Before the first one could attack, Atlas shot it in the chest, the beam of energy slamming into the creature and startling it back. He used that time to amp up the power on his blaster and get his sword up. His eyes darted to where Sheena was still standing there looking shocked, the mercenary behind her. Don't just stand there, he snapped to the latter. Help me. This is not in my job description, the mercenary said, and Atlas growled. Then protect Sheena, he spat, if you're even capable of that. He muttered curses with every other breath, adjusting his stance and rushing in, blasting at one Drugan while he engaged the other with his sword. His muscles hadn't been used like this for weeks now, and it was a struggle to fend them off, but he was the only one who could do it. Atlas didn't know where the other mercenaries were or where the other priests had scampered off to. This was going to come down to him, and if he failed, they would likely all die. Whatever Sheena had set into motion would be carried out, and the earth would suffer. Kat would suffer. He couldn't allow that. Atlas had always known that if his mate needed protecting, he'd be the one to protect her, and he was going to do it. He had to. He'd done this so many times that instinct took over. Atlas slashed and shot, dodging blows from the hulking beast as best he could. One of them caught him on the shoulder, and he went stumbling back, nearly falling to the floor before he managed to recover, down on one knee. His blaster came up and he fired, a red-hot jet of light slamming into one of the Drugan and blasting a hole through the thick skin on its chest. The creature went down with a roar, confusing the other one, and Atlas used the time to get back to his feet and go on the offensive, lunging in again. His heart was pounding with the sudden energy he had, and all he was thinking about was Kat and how he had to make sure she was all right. He had to tell her the truth, and he'd take whatever her response to the truth was. Atlas owed her that much. With the momentum he had, it was easy to keep moving. He dodged most of the punches the remaining Drugan sent his way until he could get a clean shot. Then he took that one down just like he had taken down the first, sighing with relief when the creature crumbled to the floor. At least it wasn't messy. Good thing about hot lasers coming from a gun was that they cauterized the wounds as they made them. All they had to deal with was two giant bodies in the middle of the house. Movement from behind him had Atlas turned quickly, blaster still raised. But it was just Sheena and her mercenary creeping back into the room. You killed them, the mercenary said, wide-eyed. That's what warriors do, Atlas said, anger in his tone. He was out of breath, and the adrenaline from the fight was receding, leaving him feeling drained and wrung out. Apparently what you do is run and hide. And you, he rounded on Sheena, noting with some satisfaction that nearly being killed by Drugan seemed to be enough to shake her from her usual self-assured state. She flinched, and didn't meet his eyes for a second before looking up defiantly. What? What did you do? I want the truth. His voice was hard, and left no room for negotiation, and it seemed the princess understood that, because she sighed and looked away again. I tried to make things better, she said.
Better how?
How much of your time is spent fighting their kind back home? We have no natural enemies other than them. They kill us by the hundreds every year, and we can barely make a dent in their numbers. My father—" Her voice broke a bit on the word, and she cleared her throat. "They killed my father."
"And so you brought them here?"
It was a mad plan, but he could see it taking shape in his mind. If they had a new target, someone else to deal with, then the Drugan would leave them alone. Sheena's hands were balled into fists. "Yes, I brought them here. They aren't all dull-witted beasts, you know. They have leaders who are intelligent, and I offered them the Earth in exchange for them leaving us be. They only want our resources after all, and the Earth is plentiful with what they have."
"So why did we come here?"
Atlas wanted to know. They wanted a report of what the Earth had. I came to gather the information for such a report, and to see what could be done to make the Earth more plentiful for them. It sounded like something she would do.
"And what about the humans here? They can't fight the Drugan. They probably don't even know the Drugan exist. They were just going to be sacrificed?"
"For the good of our people."
"That doesn't justify sending billions of people to their deaths. Sheena, can you even hear yourself?"
"Can you hear yourself?"
she fired back.
"How many of your friends have been killed by the Drugan? How much energy have you expended trying to beat them back? With this, we would have been free of them. Forever."
"Except apparently they didn't get the message," Atlas shouted, gesturing to the two bodies he was standing before. "Did it ever occur to you that they might not hold up their end of the deal? That if their leaders are so intelligent, they might have thought of taking you out and having both planets for themselves?"
Apparently it hadn't, because she colored with anger and let out a messy breath. Atlas just sighed and drug fingers through his hair. What a mess this was.
"We have to do something," he said.
Sheena looked up at him sharply. "Do what? We can't take on the might of the Drugan. You're the only one who knows how to fight them, remember? We don't know how many they sent here. You'll be killed."
"So what do you suggest?" Atlas snapped. "We go back home like this never happened? Like you didn't just condemn all these people to die?"
"What other choice do we have?"
"We can fight. We can protect these people."
"We can barely protect ourselves." It was a good point, as much as Atlas didn't want to admit it. The full force of the warrior sect had clashed with the Drugan might over and over again, and no headway had been made. Earth didn't have warriors, but they did have weapons, and maybe if someone alerted them to what was going on, maybe then they'd have a chance. Any respect that he'd once had for Sheena was gone now, and all Atlas was thinking of was the best way to save as many people as possible, starting with Kat.
"Where is she, Sheena?" he asked. "And if you pretend like you don't know what I'm talking about, so help me."
The princess huffed. "She's at the warehouse, where we left the shuttle. She's fine. I told you that if you cooperated, nothing would happen to her."
"Well, you'll have to excuse me for not putting any stock at all into anything you say anymore, Your Highness."
The title was practically spat at her, and Atlas didn't care. There wasn't anything she could do to him anymore. "What are you going to do?" Sheena asked, following him as he stepped over the bodies and made his way towards the door. They had a vehicle that Sheena had been using to get around for the duration of the trip, and Atlas planned to commandeer it for himself for the moment. Time was of the essence.
"I'm going to try to fix this mess," he said. Atlas looked over his shoulder at her and shook his head. "Your father would never have done anything like this," he told her. "And he never would have approved of you doing it."
He had just enough time to watch Sheena's face crumple around the edges as his words hit home before he was turning back to the now ruined door and making for the vehicle. There wasn't a moment to spare. Atlas supposed he'd expected there to be more going on as he drove through the streets of the city. When the Drugan were attacking the capital, everyone knew it. You could hear the roars and the clashing of weapons if you were at all near the gates, and even if you weren't, the way the city emptied out of warriors gone off to fight was a big clue. But everything was the same as he made for the warehouse, people going about their business as usual, not seeming to know that there was a horde of beasts somewhere lurking. Atlas hoped they'd all been sent here. He didn't have time or resources to scour this planet looking for Drugan. Sheena had been right when she said that something needed to be done about them. But this wasn't the answer. Atlas knew that much. But what was the answer? At this rate, both humans and Korikali would be wiped out by the Drugan threat. But there had to be something he or someone else could do to get ahead of it. Admittedly, it was hard to think while he was making his way to Kat. He was worried about her, even though Sheena had said she wouldn't be hurt. He didn't trust her or the mercenaries Kat had probably been left with enough to ease his mind. He parked and got out at the warehouse, anger still bubbling in him as he made his way around to the front. This was where they had landed when they'd arrived, where this whole mess had started. Before he could get to the door, though, he saw them. 2 more Drugan making for the same entrance, eyes intent on it. Atlas swore violently in his head. His sword was at his hip, and his blaster was in his hand, and Kat was inside. There was no question about what he had to do now. Chapter 14. The Truth of It All. Something she hadn't learned from movies with this kind of content was that being a hostage was boring. She had her phone on her, but there was no reception in this warehouse/factory place, and she didn't want to drain the battery in case she had to escape from here and needed to call for help. For the moment, she was staying put, though. Kat had no idea where she was or what was happening outside, and running could just get her hurt. The woman who was holding her captive had said she wasn't going to be hurt if Atlas cooperated, and while that was hardly comforting, there was something about it that made her feel safer than she would have otherwise. Because Atlas wouldn't let anything happen to her, right? He cared about her, looked at her like she'd hung the moon sometimes, and he was a fighter. If he knew that she was being held, and they'd have to tell him if they wanted him to act right, then he would come for her. And then she'd smack him right upside his head for lying to her, and not telling her that he was an alien. Thinking it didn't make any more sense in her head than it had when she'd said it out loud. She wasn't so arrogant a person as to think that humans were the only beings in the whole vastness of the universe, but she could honestly say that she hadn't given much thought to what else might be out there. Apparently, there was quite a lot. When she didn't think she could handle another minute of the silence in the warehouse, she called out to her captor. "Hey, what's your name?" The woman looked wary, eyebrow arched. "Why do you want to know?" "Because we're stuck in here until something happens, right? Until Atlas does whatever he's supposed to do?" She nodded. "Right." "And you want to sit here in silence until that happens? How long could that take?" "Dunno. Don't care. The princess doesn't pay me to ask questions." "There's a princess involved in this?" Kat asked, eyebrows shooting up into her hairline. "What is happening here?" "Do humans not have princesses?" the woman wanted to know. "Kings? Queen?" "I mean, we do, but—" Kat trailed off as the sound of something scratching at the door caught her attention. "What's—" "Quiet," the woman said, holding up a hand to cut her off. "No one should be here yet." Clearly, something in this ridiculous plan had gone wrong, and Kat folded her arms, trying not to pout. Why did she have to be involved in this? Just because she was Atlas's... whatever she was? The scratching only got louder, and Kat scrambled to her feet just in case, looking around for something she could use as a weapon. It sounded like claws on metal, and she wondered if something these people had brought with them had the power to claw down a door. God, she hoped not. "This isn't right," the woman muttered, and Kat turned back to look at her. Her skin was ashen under the blue, and her eyes were very wide. "What isn't?" The answer to that question was clearly one of those better shown than told kind of things, because as soon as the words were out of her mouth, the metal door of the warehouse was buckling like someone had punched right in the middle of it. It was one of those great big metal doors that looked like it belonged on a garage, meant to slide up and allow a large vehicle to pass under it before it slid back down. Kat watched and fought the urge to cover her ears against the sound of something hard ringing off the metal. "I'm going to open the door," the woman said. Kat's eyes flew open wide. "Why would you do that?" she demanded. "Then it can get in." "I can't deal with it if it's out there." "Why would you deal with it at all?" She was nearing hysterics at this point, heart racing, her breath coming faster and faster as she stepped back as far as she could and plastered her back to the wall. "This is not good," she mumbled. "This is very, very bad." "Hush!" the woman insisted. "It's not going to go away." She hesitated for a moment and then looked at her. "My name is Sissa. I will protect you." Kat didn't know what to say to that. She'd never been kidnapped before, but she was pretty sure that this wasn't how it was meant to go. When Sissa opened the door, two things happened at once. Or rather, two things rushed in at once. The heavy metal door couldn't go all the way up with how warped it was now, but it clearly went up enough for the two creatures to come banging in, snarling and looking around. Kat gasped. She'd never seen anything like them. They were huge and fearsome, hairy and thick-skinned, with beady eyes that darted around the space while their wide nostrils flared. She whimpered in fear, and one of their heads turned to look nearly right at her, making her shake. This was it. This was how she was going to die. Before the thing could lunge at her, something else came crashing in, and Kat was relieved to see that it was Atlas, armed and ready. He looked at the creatures, then looked from Kat to Sissa. "Do you have a weapon on you?" he asked Sissa, and she nodded, pulling a gun from her waistband. When she cocked it, a brilliant red light flared at the barrel. "Good," Atlas said. "Fire it all the way up, and then follow my lead." Apparently his lead was gun in one hand, sword in the other, as he dashed between the creatures, moving this way and that. Sissa jumped in as well, and together they led the things around and around, Atlas stabbing and lunging where he could with his sword. For such big creatures they moved fast, and there wasn't that much space for them to maneuver between the machines in the corner and the spaceship in the center of the warehouse. One of them crashed into the wall, and Atlas took the shot, a jet of laser light shooting from his gun right into the head of the beast, making it roar loudly, the sound echoing around them. The other one seemed momentarily stunned by the sound, and then Sissa moved in, firing two quick blasts into its chest. They both went down, and the silence that followed seemed very loud indeed. "What was that?" Kat demanded, heart racing as she watched Atlas and her captor step back from the bodies of the giant things that had come bursting through the door. They were both breathing hard, and with how sharply they both looked up at her, it seemed like they had forgotten she was even there. "Good work," Atlas said to the woman, and she saluted. "Not all of us are cowards," she said. Hi. I don't mean to ruin whatever this moment is," Kat said loudly, trying to focus their attention back on her. "But I'm here, confused as hell, because I don't know what's going on!" Atlas winced. Good. She had every right to be angry. "Those were Drugan," he explained. "They come from another planet." "Like you?" Kat snapped. "What? How did you—" Sissa cleared her throat. "I might be responsible for that." Atlas turned back to her, and Kat watched his eyes widen as he took in the fact that her skin was blue. He said a word that she didn't understand, but was clearly a swear. "I guess it had to come out eventually," he murmured. "Kat, Take it off!" Kat interrupted. "What?" "Whatever it is that makes you look like a human or whatever. Take it off. I want to see you." He looked wary, but he sighed, lifting his arm and fiddling with the ever-present watch around his wrist. The disguise dropped, and Kat was actually relieved to see that he didn't look that much different than he had before. His hair was still the same color, beard still close-cropped and dark, but his skin was blue now. It was odd to say the least, but not unpleasant. Atlas didn't move once he'd revealed himself. He just stood there, clearly waiting for her to say something. Maybe he was expecting rejection or for her to yell at him about lying to her. She didn't know. For some reason, she didn't feel like yelling at all, even though she had been so mad earlier. "So this is the real you?" she said. "Yes," Atlas replied, his eyes averted. "Huh. You're very blue." He looked up at that, blinking in confusion. "Yes," he said again. "All of my kind have skin in shades of blue." "And what are your people called?" Kat wanted to know. "We are The Korikali. Korikali, she repeated, trying the word out on her tongue. It was an odd word, but she supposed that made sense for an odd people, from another planet. Even though she'd seen the evidence, she was still having trouble wrapping her head around it. Why me? She asked suddenly. Atlas frowned. What do you mean? Just what I said. Why me? If you came here looking for, I don't know, a human plaything or some kind of distraction while you did whatever it is you're doing with those creatures or whatever, why would you pick me? He didn't seem to have an answer for that at first, blinking at her still as if he could barely understand what she was talking about. It was annoying. Is that what you think? He asked, frowning harder. That I just wanted a plaything? Kat shrugged. What else should I think? You have to go back to your planet, don't you? To be with your people? To serve your princess? He winced at that, but then shook his head vehemently. Kat, no, I never intended to interact with your kind beyond what was required of me by this job, but you... He sighed. Do you remember what I said to you about people being meant to be together? She did remember that conversation. Yes. And do you remember how you felt when we first met? That spark? That sensation in your chest? Her hand came up to rest over her heart instinctively. It had been some time since the tugging had been noticeable. Yes, she murmured. But I don't understand. And you never explained. I'm trying to now, Atlas told her. Where I come from, our people mate for life. You find the person who is the other half of your soul, and you know from the way it feels. It's different for everyone. Some people say they feel like they've been struck by lightning. Others say it's like not being able to breathe, or like being on fire. Either way, you find the person and you just know. He shrugged lightly. You were it for me. I just knew. In some ways it made more sense than any other explanation, but it was still a lot to wrap her mind around. Kat didn't know what she was supposed to say to that either. She was his soulmate? There was a place out there in the universe where such things existed? It was odd, remembering a conversation she'd had with her father about there being someone for everyone, and she was willing to bet he'd fit in well on Atlas's planet. But I'm a human, she said, because it was the easiest thing to say. If his people, the Korikali, were the ones who found their mates, then it didn't make sense for her to be his. Believe me, I know, Atlas said, and he actually looked amused. He took a step closer to her, and then another, as if he was worried that she was going to run away, or hit him. And the jury was still out on that last one. Some people, he continued, never find their mate. They settle with someone else, or they live alone, but they're never complete. Perhaps it's because their mates are on other planets. Perhaps we've been thinking too small this whole time. Too insular. It's possible, Sissa murmured, but neither of them looked at her. I don't believe in stuff like this, Kat said, trying to cling to her rationality. She knew what she'd felt when their hands had touched, and she knew how she felt around him. I know, Atlas replied. I'm mad at you, because you lied to me. I asked you about yourself, and you gave me the bare minimum. I know. And I got kidnapped and nearly eaten by Droobles, or whatever you said those things were, because of you. Drugan, Atlas corrected her, looking sad. And I know that, too. I'm sorry for all of this, for lying, for getting you involved. This was never supposed to turn out like this. I promise you, Kat, when this is over, you can ask all the questions you like. You can yell or hit me, or do whatever you want. When what's over? Kat wanted to know. What are you involved in? He sighed, dragging fingers through his hair before tugging at his beard. Nothing I wanted to be involved in, I'll tell you that, Atlas said. He looked to Sissa. You should know that Sheena's plan has failed, she snorted. Figured that out when Drugan came busting in. Never thought it was a good idea to try and bargain with those things. They aren't going to stop until they have both planets, Atlas told her. We have to do something.
Her Highness started this. Can she finish it?
I don't know.
She was helplessly out of the loop again, but Kat was okay with that. Her head was already spinning with everything she'd learned so far, and she didn't think she could handle anything else.
Kat, Atlas called, cutting into her thoughts. She looked up. Do you want me to take you home?
Will I be safe there?
She asked, voice coming out sharper than she'd meant for it to. Atlas winced again. I don't know.
Kat sighed. Then I'm probably better off sticking with you two, don't you think? Hopefully that would mean more safety and not more being dragged into danger and things she didn't understand. But honestly, at this point, she wasn't going to hold her breath.
Chapter 15. Salvaging What's Left. Relief and anger warred in Atlas as he drove them back to the house. He was beyond happy that Kat was all right, even though he was apprehensive about their future now that she knew everything, and he was furious with Sheena, even more furious than he'd expected to be, which was saying something, because he'd been pretty mad when he'd left the first time. It felt like 3 days had passed in the span of a few hours. He was tired, and it made him less likely to contain his temper. As they climbed out of the car, Kat put a hand on his arm, looking at him with concern in her eyes, and that helped. At least she still cared. I'm fine, he said. I just need to handle this. Of course, that was easier said than done, considering he had no idea what they were going to do. Sheena had unleashed hell onto this planet, and it wasn't going to be easy to undo, if it was even possible. When they walked into the house, the remaining priest was praying over the body of his fallen comrade, and the bodies of the Drugan were gone. He assumed the remaining mercenaries had taken care of that, though he had no idea what they were going to do with them. Sheena was in the kitchen, pacing back and forth relentlessly. Alice had never seen her so nervous before, and that was good. She needed to be nervous about this. She caught sight of them, standing there, and her face paled at the sight of Kat, half hidden behind Atlas's bulk.
You brought her here?
She hissed. Yes, I brought her here, Atlas snapped. It isn't like there's anywhere safe for her to go now that you've damned this planet. From behind him, Kat made a small noise.
What do you mean, she's damned the planet?
Atlas sighed, but she did have every right to know. He held Sheena's gaze as he explained. Those creatures that attacked? They're numerous on our planet. We fight them nearly every day. Our princess, in her wisdom, decided it would be a marvelous idea to offer up the Earth to them in an attempt to get them to leave us alone. But it failed, so now both your planet and mine are in extreme danger. Does that about sum it up, Sheena?
Finally told her the truth, I see,
Sheena said, pouting. He saw through her attempt at deflection and ignored it. We need a plan. You have to contact the Drugan leaders and tell them the deal is off.
They've already violated the terms of the deal, Sheena pointed out. I think it's safe to say they've already called it off. They were supposed to wait for us to get off this planet before they attacked it.
You have to try, Atlas insisted.
Why? Sheena snapped. What good will that do?
I don't know, but we can't do nothing. That's not an option here. Either you contact them, or I will. It's as simple as that. He'd never stood up to her like this before. In fact, he didn't think anyone had. Whatever friendship or bond they'd had before was gone now, and there wasn't anything that could bring it back. Once you found out someone you trusted had abused that trust so badly, it wasn't something that could be recovered. He hoped that wasn't how Kat felt. This had to be hard for her. All of a sudden things were different than she'd known them to be, and someone she'd gotten close to was revealed to be someone completely different than she'd expected. That couldn't be easy. All Atlas could hope for was some resolution for them when this was over. If she wanted to hit him, he'd allow it. He'd allow her anything if it made things all right. He finally understood what people had been talking about when they said that once you found your mate, you couldn't go back. Nothing would ever be the same again. If he had to return to his planet alone and try to make do with the affections of people who weren't her, he didn't think he could bear it. But if she wanted him gone, he would leave. For now, though, There were other things to focus on. Atlas snapped out of his thoughts in time to see Sheena looking thoughtful herself. There had been a time when he thought her a good ruler. He thought their people would grow under her leadership, would get stronger. But then this. She'd done it for her people, he knew that, even though it didn't justify what she had unleashed upon the humans. Their lives weren't worth less than the Korikali. "Fine," Sheena said finally. "I'll do it. But if they declare war on us, then—" Atlas shrugged a shoulder. "Then what? We've been unofficially at war with them for as long as I can remember. What will a declaration do that they haven't done already?" Sheena conceded the point. She turned and headed for her room, and they all followed, Cat hanging back and looking wary but determined not to be left out. Atlas felt a surge of affection for her in that moment, and he resisted the urge to reach out and hold her hand. The princess settled on her bed and brought up a holoscreen on her communicator, looking pained as she typed in the frequency she wanted. "The human should probably hide," she said. "I'm not sure what her presence will do to make this better or worse. But I'd bet on worse." Cat looked indignant, and Atlas turned to her. "She's right. The Drugan are unpredictable at best." "And utterly predictable at worst," Sheena put in. "I can see why you'd want to make a deal with them, then," Cat snapped, but she went to go sit on the floor against the wall, out of sight of the screen. Atlas smiled to himself. He liked her bite. Sheena looked like she was reluctantly impressed under all her frustration, and she put the call through. For long minutes nothing happened, and then the screen cleared of green static and the image of one of the Drugan leaders appeared. Atlas clenched his jaw. There was no such thing as an attractive Drugan. They all had too much coarse hair on their bodies and looked like the primitive creatures humans had supposedly evolved from. The leaders were no different. They were more intelligent, though it wasn't hard at all to be smarter than a Drugan grunt, but still monstrous, their eyes less beady, but twice as cruel. No one knew why the Drugan were the way they were. It couldn't be said whether they had come before the Korikali or not, but they acted like they had the right to rule the planet. Each group had a leader, and none of them were organized, so it was possible that they were dealing with just one faction. If that was the case, then this was manageable. "Korikali Princess," the Drugan said, face impassive, "we speak again." "We do," Sheena replied, putting on her best diplomatic voice. She was good at it when she wanted to be. "I would like to speak with you regarding the deal we struck." "Ah, good deal. You give us the Earth, we leave you alone." "Yes, that deal. Only, it seems like there might have been some misunderstanding when it came to the terms of it, and as such, I think it would be best for all of us if we dissolved this alliance." Cat snorted, and the Drugan roared with laughter. From their spots beside the bed, Atlas and Sissa shared a look. "You not in charge anymore," the Drugan said, grinning and showing rows of teeth. "We take whatever we want, any planet we want. You can't stop us." Sheena shot Atlas a look that very clearly said, "Told you so," and he shot her one back that urged her to keep talking. She sighed, but obeyed. "You realize we'll be taking this as an open act of hostility, yes?" she asked, "giving us the full rights to destroy you and your people, wherever you happen to attack." He laughed again. "You try." "Oh, we'll try, and we will keep trying until you're nothing more than dust floating between planets." "My clan not afraid." "Not yet, anyway." Sheena terminated the call and looked up at Atlas. "I tried," she said. "I knew they wouldn't relent." "This isn't ideal," Sissa cut in, "but it's not the worst outcome." "How do you mean?" "He said his clan. The Drugan don't know the meaning of teamwork, we all know that. Whenever they attack in force, it's usually by accident. If it's just his clan coming to Earth, then that can be dealt with, can't it?" She looked to Atlas for confirmation. Atlas frowned, thinking. He hadn't expected an idea like that from a mercenary of all people, but Sissa was quickly proving herself in his eyes. "Dealt with by us, you mean," he said, and it wasn't a question. "Yes. We could have warriors come here, warriors trained specifically for this fight, trained to blend in until they're needed."
"And what about the fight back home?" Sheena demanded. "I'm not sacrificing our people for the Earth." "But you were fine with going the other way around," Kat said, examining her nails with faux nonchalance. "You will not speak to me that way, human," Sheena hissed. Fire leapt in Kat's eyes. "No. You know what? I'll talk to you any way I want to. You had me kidnapped, and I was nearly killed by one of those Drugan things. You came here to my planet and decided that my life and the lives of everyone else like me didn't mean anything to you. So don't talk to me like you're deserving of respect just because you're a princess or whatever. I couldn't care less." There was a part of Atlas that felt like cheering, another part of him that felt like sweeping Kat up into his arms and kissing her senseless, because it was more than a little arousing to hear her talk to Sheena like that. But the larger part of him knew that this wasn't going to get anything decided, and they needed a decision. "Sheena, enough," Atlas said. "She's right, and you know it, and Sis is right too. If it's just one clan, even a few of them, we could handle that, contain most of the threat before it spreads." Something else occurred to him. "We'll have to tell the humans." "What?"
Sheena exclaimed. "We have to. Drugan don't know the meaning of stealth. What happens when one blunders its way into a major city and starts killing? And even if we do get a force here, we can't be everywhere at once. They have to know."
"And I suppose that falls to me as well."
Atlas shrugged a shoulder. "You're a world leader in your own right," he said. "You're the only one who can talk to them." As much as it looked like she wanted to argue, she didn't. Instead, she sighed and drew herself up, nodding. For a moment, she looked more like her father than the defeated shell of her mother, and Atlas knew she would be all right. She was strong, and she cared about their people. Vengeance had blinded her to the consequences of her actions, but he thought she was smart enough to learn from her mistakes. He hoped she was, anyway. Sheena kicked them out, claiming she had speeches to write, since she had to talk to more humans than she'd ever planned on talking to before. When they left the room, Atlas turned to Sissa. "Thank you," he said, "for your help back at the warehouse, and for this. I've never believed that mercenaries were capable of much, but it seems like I was wrong." She smiled, pleased with that clearly. "It's no problem. You know, Her Highness had me following you and your lady around for weeks before she made a move, so I saw how you were together. I'm sorry she had to get mixed up in this." "I am too." "I'm standing right here," Kat said, annoyance clear in her tone. One more hurdle, then, and Atlas felt like he could sleep for a week. But with the political stuff being taken care of by someone actually equipped to deal with it, this was the most important thing he would handle tonight. Or this morning. Honestly, he had no idea what time it was anymore. Just that exhaustion was weighing on him like a blanket. Sissa withdrew, leaving Kat and Atlas alone. "Do you want to talk now?" Atlas asked. "Or I could take you home, or you could just have my room here." She eyed him, arms folded. "I think I'm too keyed up to sleep." "All right. So talking, then." Kat nodded, and Atlas led them to his room. It was still a bit ransacked from where he had come in, hunting for his weapons, but he cleared off the bed and sat down on it, looking to Kat to see what she would do. She sat down next to him, surprisingly, and Atlas had to work to keep his hands to himself. "I'm sorry," he said. "Before I say anything else, let me say that I never meant for this to happen this way." "For the kidnapping? Or the lying?" He sighed, lying back on the bed and staring at the ceiling. "Both. I wanted to tell you the truth from the moment I touched your hand and knew you were for me," he said. "I wanted to tell you everything, about where I'm from, about what having a mate means to me. Anything you wanted to know." "Why didn't you?" "I was afraid," Atlas admitted, "that you wouldn't believe me, or you'd think I was crazy, and that you'd run. I thought if I could show you that I cared for you, it would make things easier when you found out." Kat was quiet for what felt like an hour, but was probably just a few minutes. When she spoke again, her voice was soft. "What does having a mate mean to you?" she wanted to know. He knew the answer to her question. He'd known it since he was 5 years old, attending his very first binding ceremony. "It means belonging," Atlas murmured, his voice just as soft. "It means having a partner, having someone to share things with. It means the burdens never break you because the load is split 2 ways. I always dreamed of what it would be like. My mate was going to be beautiful and kind. I'd protect her if she needed it, keep her safe from anything that would harm her, and we'd be stronger together than we could ever be apart. And you got me instead." Atlas frowned and pushed himself up onto his elbows. "You think I regret that?" She shrugged, not meeting his eyes. "I don't know. I don't think I fall into the beautiful and kind and easily protected category." "Caitlin," he said, "look at me." Atlas waited until she'd obeyed to continue. "First of all, you're incredibly beautiful, and kinder than you think. Second of all, there's nothing wrong with not needing protection. And third, you're more than I could have hoped for. I didn't even think to hope for you. And here you are. I consider myself lucky." "Even though you know I don't believe in that kind of stuff?" "Yes." I'm not sure what to say." "Say what you feel." She snorted. "You make it sound so easy. I'm upset that you lied to me, that today was so weird. I've never even wanted the stuff you're talking about, you know. I didn't even believe it existed. But here you are. You know, when I was younger, my parents split up. I told you that. But it made it hard for me to believe that things can work out." Carefully, moving slowly so she had plenty of time to let him know if she didn't want him to touch her, Atlas sat all the way up and reached his hand out to cup the side of Kat's face. When she allowed it and even leaned into his touch, he smiled, relieved. "Kat, I would have you however you let me," he said. "I don't care if you don't believe in it. If you choose me, then I'm yours." "That's simple?" "That's simple." Because it was. Atlas knew how he felt. He knew what he wanted and what he was willing to do to get it. If Kat wanted the same thing, then he didn't care what they called it, as long as she was with him. "Okay," she said, lips curling into a smile. Without warning, she punched him in the thigh. "That's for lying. Don't do that again." "I promise," Atlas murmured, closing the distance between their mouths in a soft kiss. It would have been easy to get carried away. Even though they'd had sex the morning before, it felt like it had been ages since the two of them had been alone together. Sheena and the rest were elsewhere in the house, but Atlas couldn't care less about them. His eyes wanted to close, and his body felt like it was magnetized to the mattress. "Stay," he said, smothering a yawn as he kicked out of his boots and pulled his legs up onto the bed. "Sleeping in your clothes, on top of the covers?" Kat teased. "What kind of barbarian are you?" "Yours," Atlas replied, pulling her down to lay with him. Chapter 16. What's Meant to Be. It was funny, Kat mused, standing in the kitchen of her apartment with a steaming cup of coffee in her hands, how things could feel so different when not much at all had changed. Her job was still the same, her classes still time-consuming, and with Christmas rapidly approaching, the semester was winding down. Her apartment was littered with pages from her sketchbooks and half-finished canvases as she worked on her final projects in between shifts at McGuire's and time spent with Atlas. Really, when she thought about it, Atlas was the one who had changed everything. He'd shown up in her life almost inconspicuously, just another person at the bar, another person wanting a drink, a meal, and someone to chat with. And now he was, well, Kat still didn't have the right words for it, but the point was that he was important. To hear Atlas tell it, that was more proof that they were meant to be. She supposed it had to seem like that to him. He'd come across the universe to a strange planet and found her on his first night on Earth, like it was fate. She understood that, but her mind just didn't work that way. It made it seem cheap to think that she didn't even have to do anything, And then, surprise, she had a soulmate. And she just really didn't like that word anyway. Kat didn't see what her soul had to do with anything. She chose to be with Atlas. After everything that had happened, and the reveal that he wasn't even human, she chose to stay with him. She chose to keep the laughter and camaraderie and warmth he brought to her life with her, instead of being too afraid or too angry to see where it could lead. She hadn't needed to be struck by lightning or smacked over the head by destiny. Honestly, it was a little insulting that the universe, or whatever great omnipotent being who was in charge of these things, didn't think she was smart enough to find her own partner. And sure, she'd admit that she had a little help when it came down to it, but everything that had followed after was a choice, one that went against most of how Kat had planned to live her life, but a choice all the same. She was still happy she'd made it. Time passed quickly since everything had come out in the open. Sheena and her retinue had gone back to their planet. She had to gather together her guards and her warriors and prepare to fight the renewed and probably more aggressive might of the Drugan. Atlas hadn't let up until she'd spoken with various governments of the major powers on Earth, making sure that she told them what they might face. They would prepare as best they could, and Atlas had promised to train warriors himself to keep the people of Earth safe. He said he was invested now, but Kat knew him well enough to know that he would have done it anyway. His pledge meant that he was staying on Earth. There was a tentative plan for him to go back home at some point to gather things and hand-pick more warriors for the fight, but he didn't seem in any rush. He woke up every morning in Kat's bed, usually before she had even begun to stir for the day, and seemed content with that. When she'd asked why he got up so early, he told her that he just really loved watching the sunrise. Kat had been careful to hide her eye roll in her pillow, but he was like that, her Atlas, and she realized that she didn't want him any other way. "What are you doing?" The sound of bare feet and Atlas's sleep-rough voice made her smile into her cup, and she lifted it, sipping at the hot, fragrant coffee. "Just standing here," she said, not turning around. "I'm surprised you slept so late." "You and me both," he said. "You've been working hard." Warmth pressed at her back as he came up behind her, wrapping his arms around her waist and dipping his head down so he could nose at her neck. Their height difference was hot in some ways and hilarious in others. Kat leaned back into him, though, loving as she always did the strength she could feel in his body, and the way, even though they were mismatched, they seemed to fit perfectly. She supposed that was meant to be down to fate, too, so she kept it to herself. Instead, she drained her coffee cup and then sighed softly. "You're ready to meet my dad today, right?" She looked down at his bare forearms wrapped around her and smiled. He'd been going without the glamorizer when it was just the two of them together, but she knew he would have to put it back on when they met her dad. One shock at a time, she figured. Her having someone she'd been with for this long was big enough news for the moment. They could cross the, "oh, and he's an alien," bridge when they came to it. "Of course," Atlas said. "You're making it seem like it's going to be some huge thing." "It is a huge thing," she insisted. "I've never taken anyone to meet my dad before, Atlas. He's going to have questions, and he's going to make insinuations, and he might even threaten you." Which was a hilarious thought, because Atlas had almost a foot on her father. But still, she knew how this was going to go. "It will be fine," Atlas assured her. "I'll be perfectly respectful, and if he threatens me, I won't even bring up the fact that I could easily stop him from hurting me with one hand." Kat rolled her eyes and couldn't hold her laugh back. "Good," she said. "See that you do." Sundays were meant to be for relaxing, but it was clear that wasn't going to happen. Kat split her time between working on her projects and then hastily showered and got herself dressed to go to her dad's. Atlas was his usual calm self. It was clear that nothing short of giant creatures invading could get him overly riled up, and while Kat thought that was weird, she was grateful for it. If both of them were agitated by this, then they'd never get anything done. Nathaniel was waiting for them when they arrived. The whole house smelled like baking bread and roasted meat, and Atlas's stomach growled before they'd even gotten inside good. "I hope you're hungry," Nathaniel said, smiling at them both. "I cooked enough to feed a small army." "That might come close to filling Atlas up," Kat teased, and then she made introductions. Atlas looked as non-threatening as a man who was well over 6 feet tall could look. He dressed in dark jeans and a sweater, hair neatly combed. When she introduced him to her father, Atlas held out his hand and shook Nathaniel's, eyes sincere, when he said, "It's a pleasure to meet you, sir." Kat's dad looked unnerved at being called sir by someone who was that much taller than he was, and Kat just ushered them all into the kitchen before it could get awkward. All the standard questions were asked, and either answered or deflected. "So how did you two meet?" "He came into McGuire's one night, and we got talking." "You went out with someone you met at work? I thought that was cardinal rule number 1 that you never broke." And, "What do you do, Atlas?" "I'm involved with the defense." "Defense of what?" "That's classified, Dad." And mortifyingly, "What are your intentions with my daughter?" "Dad!" "It's an honest question." "It's all right, Kat. I plan to make her as happy as I can for as long as she lets me." Overall, it went better than Kat had been expecting it to. For someone who had never done the whole meet the parents thing with humans, Atlas adapted easily. From listening to her dad's stories and asking for more, to complimenting the food and inquiring about Nathaniel's work. The atmosphere was warm and cozy inside the house, and Atlas seemed to fit right in, despite the fact that he had to duck to go through most of the doorways. When he excused himself to use the bathroom, Nathaniel arched his eyebrows at his daughter. "What?" Kat said. "Why are you looking at me like that?" "I'm just surprised. From what I've heard about your usual type of man, Atlas doesn't seem like someone you'd go for, although he is very aptly named for his size." Kat laughed at that. "Right? He doesn't get it, because he's not one for myth, but those other guys weren't supposed to last longer than a couple of weeks tops," she explained. "And with Atlas it's different?" She nodded. "It is. As strange as that sounds coming from me, he's just really invested in this, in me. I've never had that before." "You never gave anyone the chance before." Kat conceded that point. "No, I guess I didn't." "Well," her dad said, "I'm glad you did this time. You look happy. Has your mother met him yet?" "Nope, not yet. We're going to do lunch at some point, I guess. You know how she is." Better than most. When Atlas came back, he was folded effortlessly back into the throng, and the three of them had a lovely dinner that made Kat feel warmer for it. Of course, that was nothing compared to how warm she felt when they got back to the apartment. One thing she was learning about Atlas was that his sex drive was proportionate to his size. She'd gotten him to admit that he'd slept with many different women before, including the princess, and far from being upset or jealous, she was glad. She was glad that he had experience and knew what he liked before he came to her. It made things easy. She was making things easy, pressed against the door with her arms around his neck, stretched up onto her toes as she kissed him deeply, her tongue pressed into his mouth, and his met it, tangling and teasing, a messy, breathless affair complete with their hands gripping at each other as their mouths moved together. They'd had sex in every room of Kat's admittedly small apartment since Atlas had officially moved in, but there was something about the front door that he just seemed to like a lot. Kat had lost count of the number of times she'd ended up with her back pushed up against the painted wood of the door, Atlas's hands roaming her body, gripping and groping, while his mouth explored hers. She didn't mind it, to be sure. It was a rush of heat every time, and now she moaned as he wedged one of his muscular thighs between her legs, pressing against her center. His mouth traveled from her lips to her neck, and he pulled aside the collar of the dress she'd worn to mouth at her neck and shoulder better. He never left marks, at least not where anyone could see them, but she was pretty sure there was a claiming aspect to him doing this. Something about territory and wanting to mark it, but he kept most of that in check. Kat didn't want to go to class and work looking like she'd been mauled by something, but she definitely didn't mind when Atlas got rough with her, as if he needed to prove that they belonged to each other. He seemed to be in that sort of mood now, which was odd, considering they'd just come from telling her father about their relationship. But Kat didn't fight it. She let her head thunk back against the door, allowing him room to kiss and lick at her skin. Both of his hands went lower, grabbing twin handfuls of her bottom and pulling her in closer, grinding her almost forcibly against his leg. It felt good, better than good even, and the tingling sensation of arousal shot through her, pulling low in her body and making her grind herself down against him next, seeking more friction. She was only wearing panties under a dress, and already they were damp. When one of Atlas's hands came to tease between her legs, she whimpered softly. "You want me," Atlas growled, setting his lips right at her ear. "Say it." It would have been easy to give in, but Kat wasn't often fond of doing things the easy way when it came to sex. The challenge was half the fun. Okay, not half the fun, but it was a large part of it for her. So she curled her lips up into an impish smile. "Make me." Atlas chuckled, pulling back and meeting her gaze, his green eyes darker with the lust Kat could clearly see. "You want to play this game?" "Who's playing? I'm very serious. If you want any admissions of me wanting you, you'll have to pry them out of me." "You might regret that." "I don't think I will." She held his gaze for a long moment, and then slipped away from him in the door, turning and running away from him. Atlas's laugh was rumbling and pleased, and Kat knew that even with her head start, his legs were longer and he'd catch her quickly. She barely made it to the kitchen when his strong arms were wrapping around her middle, lifting her off of her feet and into the air. "Does this mean I win?" he asked. "Never!" He snorted and hauled her over his shoulder, carrying her off to the bedroom. She slipped from his shoulder down to the bed, bouncing slightly as she watched him strip out of his clothing. Off came the sweater, pulled over his head. His jeans and shoes and socks ended up in a pile on the floor and stayed there. Before he could come to the bed, Kat held a hand up. "Everything off," she said, giving him a meaningful look. His lips curled into a smile. Atlas kicked off his underwear as well, and then switched off his glamorizer, giving her full view of him in all of his glory. He was half hard, and she smiled, realizing just how much she cared about him. He was odd and blue and stronger than anyone she'd ever known, and she did want him. Atlas crawled onto the bed and hovered over her, one hand cupping her face as he leaned in, their lips just a breath away. "Say it," he murmured. Kat shook her head. Their lips met. It was gentle and searching, him pressing his lips to hers, coaxing her mouth open and slipping his tongue in, working slowly to claim and tease. When he pulled back, Kat was breathing harder, her legs spreading almost of their own volition. "Say it." She licked her lips, and then leaned up, kissing him hard, in contrast from how he had kissed her. Clearly, she wanted something now. "I want you." Atlas's grin was wide. He bore her down onto the bed, reaching under her dress with both hands. In a swift movement, he'd torn her panties right down the middle, leaving her bare to his inspection. Kat gasped, and her legs spread wider. "Say it again." "I want you." She'd say it as many times as he wanted to hear it, honestly. It was the truth. Her core ached to have him filling her, wanting to feel that stretch and feel her body opening to accommodate him. When he rubbed against her, she gasped softly, and then he was pushing his way in. Her fingers curled around his biceps, holding on for dear life as he set a hard pace, pounding into her hard. Somehow it managed to be romantic at the same time. He stared down into her eyes, holding her gaze, and even though he wasn't saying anything, she could feel the emotions in him. Maybe it was part of that whole soulmate thing. Maybe they had just done this enough times by now. It was intimate and perfect, and he brought her to her climax more than once that night. She cried out his name, head thrown back, lost her passion, and how good it felt. And there was something amazing about someone as large as Atlas calling her name in his own pleasure, head bowed, breathing ragged. Kat touched his face, pushed his hair away from his eyes, and kissed him as he came. Afterwards, they lay together as they always did. Atlas's head was on her chest, and her fingers carted through his hair, and she smiled as she drifted. In the morning, she would have to get up and go to class and then go to work, the same old cycle, but things felt different enough that it wasn't a chore. She knew that Atlas would come by the pub if he could, And if he couldn't, he'd be waiting for her at home. They would eat together, then relax or have sex. It would be the same as every other night they were together. If he had to go off to fight, she'd worry about him until he came home, and then she'd make sure he wasn't hurt and suck his dick to welcome him back. If this was what it meant to have a mate, then she was all right with that. She'd never used the word, really, because she didn't need it, but this was what she'd always imagined back before her parents' marriage had crumbled. Just this casual softness and the acceptance that came with it. "You're thinking very loudly," Atlas murmured against her chest. "You can't hear me thinking, silly." "Sure I can. Alien powers." "Shut up! You can't! And anyway, it's all bad stuff about you." "Mm-hmm. I'm sure. Go to sleep." Kat smothered a yawn in her free hand. "I need to shower and brush my teeth and my hair and all that." "In the morning." She knew if she pressed the issue and wanted up, he'd move, but she didn't have the slightest desire to do that. "In the morning," she agreed, and settled in with him, content and warm. We hope you have enjoyed this unabridged production of